Well, if I could invite those who are not already seated to take their seats, and we can get started. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is George Moose, and as the acting president of the United States Institute of Peace, I'm delighted to welcome you all, both those here in person and those who are joining us online, to the 2024 African Growth and Opportunity Act Private Sector Forum. The Institute is pleased to be partnering in this event with the Corporate Council on Africa, which is ably represented by its president and CEO, Florie Liser. And it's also a very special day when we are privileged to have two cabinet officials in the House. We will be hearing shortly from U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Katherine, and then from Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who, in addition to being a statutory member of the Institute's board, is also one of our most trusted and valued partners. Their presence and their participation send a strong and clear signal of the U.S. commitment to Africa's growth and development. I will also note that Africa is also well represented here today, and allow me to extend a special welcome to His Excellency Albert Muchanga, the Africa Union's Commissioner for Economic Development, Tourism, Trade, and Mining. So for those of you who may be coming to the Institute for the first time, USIP is a national, nonpartisan, independent institution founded by Congress in 1984 to help mitigate, resolve, and prevent violent conflicts abroad. The Institute has a long-standing and growing engagement with Africa. Our work supports national and regional efforts to address the drivers of conflict and extremism, and to foster peaceful, democratic transitions. The Institute's research demonstrates conclusively that economic underdevelopment is one of the most potent drivers of violent conflict across the continent. In April, the Institute released a senior study group report on critical minerals in Africa, an area of increasing importance to African prosperity and development, as well as to American security. Our report recommends best practices to develop mutually beneficial partnerships for the exploitation of critical minerals. And these proposals would strengthen the security and reliability of mining operations and supply chains. But equally important, they would ensure that the benefits of the economic growth and development generated by these investments are shared with the communities where the minerals are mined. Thus, trade and economic growth are not just economic imperatives for the continent. They are critical to the promotion of peace and security, and, as importantly, to the ability of African democracies to deliver for Africa's citizens. For the past 24 years, the AGOA trade program has been a key pillar of support for these efforts, encouraging American commercial engagement across the continent and expanding the market for goods grown and produced in Africa. An institution that has led the way in building an effective and sustainable business and investment relationship between Africa and the United States is the Corporate Council on Africa. And I can proudly claim to have been present at the Council's creation in 1993, and to having played a modest role in its founding, which occurred during my tenure as Assistant Secretary of State for Africa. And that is why I feel especially pleased and honored to welcome and introduce Florie Liser, President and CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa. Ms. Liser has brought to the Council a wealth of knowledge and experience, notably including her role as Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for Africa, where she oversaw implementation of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, as well as her work at USTR on telecommunications and market access, and her ongoing membership on the Sub-Saharan Africa Advisory Committee of the Export-Import Bank. Please join me in welcoming President Liser.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this year's AGOA Private Sector Forum. CCA is delighted to host it again and to welcome so many of you from the African continent as well as from the U.S., both government and private sector. Thank you very much, Ambassador Moose, for your kind words, as well as your support and that of your USIP team in hosting us here today. I had forgotten about that history from 1993 when you played a role in establishing Corporate Council on Africa. Thank you for that as well. Good morning, Your Excellencies, all protocols observed. I am delighted to welcome you again to the 2024 AGOA Private Sector Forum. We are honored that Ambassador Tai, Secretary Blinken, Commissioner Muchanga, Ambassador Hilda Sukumufudze, key members of the U.S. administration, African ministers, and ambassadors could join us this morning and join in also with the private sector, which is so critical in driving U.S. Africa trade and investment. CCA is so pleased to have organized this year's Private Sector Forum around the theme of setting the stage for the next phase in the U.S. Africa trade and investment partnership. There are profound changes already underway that offer all of us an opportunity to reimagine what the economic partnership between the U.S. and Africa should look like. One of the most important changes is the continued advancement of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, AFCFTA. This will be a game changer in terms of creating opportunities for regional and continental value chains while making African companies much more competitive and stronger partners. The African Union has already put in place programs to realize AFCFTA's potential, including in 4 priority sectors of automotives, healthcare, agribusiness, and transportation, all of which are core strengths of the American private sector. Global manufacturing is also in the midst of shifting its footprint to improve the supply chain security and resiliency and get closer to key markets like the African market. The advent of AFCFTA is well-timed to make Africa a more attractive destination for new factories, manufacturing, and industrialization. Our calendar in the U.S. also factors into these developments as the current authorization of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, is set to expire in September 2025. Taken together, this suggests that the pending reauthorization of AGOA will be the most important in the program's history. This year's AGOA Private Sector Forum is well-timed to talk through all these issues, developments, and trends. As CCA has done in organizing past private sector forums, we look forward to today's discussion to offer clear private sector views of how AGOA fits into a broader, more strategic approach to Africa. We look forward to discussions on what has worked under AGOA and what has not, along with practical suggestions that U.S. and African governments can take to make the program more effective. We also recognize that it's time the U.S. and Africa develop partnerships that go beyond AGOA, particularly for sectors like critical minerals and ICT or digital. The U.S. and Africa should take the time needed to develop comprehensive partnerships that will achieve real results in these areas, rather than looking to include everything in an AGOA reauthorization bill. That is particularly true if that process delays the reauthorization of AGOA, given particularly that there are already factories that are losing orders on the continent and some factories that are closing. We anticipate today's sessions will come up with clear recommendations that we can deliver to the official deliberations at the ministerial that will take place tomorrow and Friday. We appreciate all of you participating in today's session, both in person and for the first time online. And we look forward to your thoughts and suggestions, and we'll work with all our partners in government as well as private sector to schedule a readout in a week or two to keep that conversation going about AGOA. Let's take it beyond these next few days of the AGOA Forum and make sure we continue to engage so that AGOA can actually do all that we know it's capable of doing. With that, I am pleased to welcome Ambassador Katherine Tai, the U.S. Trade Representative, to the stage for her welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, Florie, for your remarks and for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. Wonderful. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I first want to thank Florie and George and everyone at both the Corporate Council in Africa and the U.S. Institute of Peace for organizing this event. I also want to congratulate CCA on organizing what I understand was a very successful U.S. Africa Business Summit in Dallas in May. Now, while I wasn't able to join you in person, I did send some video remarks, and as I said in those remarks, which I do remember what I say in those remarks, America and Africa, we share an intertwined history, and there's no better time than now to turn our old history into new history. And I'm so extremely optimistic about our future, not only because of the work that we do in government, and not only because of the work of one company or organization, but because of the people of Africa. I was honored to lead the U.S. delegation to last year's AGOA Forum, which took place just outside Soweto in South Africa. And I remember touring that incredible Made in Africa exhibition that we were just talking about during last year's AGOA Forum with President Ramaphosa and former Minister Patel, and this enormous crowd of singing, dancing, cheering, celebratory colleagues. The exhibition showcased almost 500 companies from across the continent, many of whom are exporting to the United States. And as I walked through the exhibition and saw firsthand the variety of products from massive drones to delicious foodstuffs, beautiful jewelry, really excellent peri-peri sauce as well, I could see the pride the business owners have in the things that they are making. They were so proud of what they made, who they were making it with, and where they've been able to sell and share their goods, including right here in the United States. And for me, it was an incredibly important reminder of the impact that AGOA has on real people and real lives. The woman entrepreneur I met seeking to expand her extremely successful macadamia nut processing business, the small business owner making apparel and handicrafts, the students and the young people waiting to make their mark. When I say that AGOA is the cornerstone of our economic partnership, I don't mean it in the abstract. It has positively touched so many people's lives already, and it has the potential to do so much more, especially during a time when more people are feeling an increased sense of economic insecurity. Our trade tools must be used to democratize economic opportunity for more people. They must be used for building out the common good. And in the midst of so much uncertainty that we are all experiencing in our economies and in the global economy today, what must remain constant is what we stand for, what our values are. Because our economies are more than just a set of statistics. Our economies are made of people. So our economic policies, including and maybe especially our trade policies, we know must serve our people. And this is foundational for the Biden-Harris administration, and it's foundational for AGOA itself. The AGOA Forum this week is important and timely because we have an opportunity to make it even better and more effective. We can do more to improve utilization rates, especially for the smaller and developing countries on the continent. We can do more to make sure that the program is more responsive to more of today's challenges, like supply chain fragility and the climate crisis. We can do more to bring more voices to the table, especially women, youth, smaller companies, and the African diaspora, and actually incorporate their voices concretely into our work and into this next iteration of AGOA. Private enterprise, which is all of you here today, you have an incredibly important role to play to realize these goals. American and African companies, including many represented right here in this room today, have helped to turn AGOA's vision, this program, into concrete results. Many of you have been devoted to this for a long time. Now is the time for all of us to come together to renew that devotion. You stand for so much more than the products you sell or the services you provide. So let's make this next era of AGOA even more transformative for more people across the continent. And along the way, let's build the partnership between the United States and sub-Saharan Africa to an even stronger one than we have had in these last 24 years. This is not just for the big companies, but also for the smaller ones and for all of our workers. You all bring unique and critical perspectives, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you all over these next few days. Thank you so much for this opportunity to address you. I hope you have a productive and meaningful forum, and I am pleased and looking forward to these next few days along with all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will resume shortly. Please remain in your seats. And now, the United States Secretary of State, Antony J. Blinken.
Thank you. Morning. Thank you very much. Well, hello, everyone. And as always, it is wonderful to be at the U.S. Institute for Peace. I'm grateful to Ambassador Moose, the entire team here at the Institute, for hosting us and for a long-standing partnership with the Department of State, one that we deeply value. To Ambassador Tai, my friend and colleague, Ambassador Muchanga, Florie Liser, champions of AGOA from across the African continent, including from the private sector and civil society, thank you. Thank you for all that you do every day to strengthen the economic partnership between the United States and the countries of Africa. For decades, our businesses, American, African, have helped create jobs, uplift communities on both sides of the Atlantic, and build stronger connections between our people. Over the last 2 decades, a key pillar of that partnership has been the African Growth and Opportunity Act. By allowing products from sub-Saharan countries to enter the United States without paying tariffs, AGOA has let entrepreneurs expand to new markets, to grow their businesses. It's created tens of thousands of good jobs across our nations, from Portland, Oregon, to Port Louis, Mauritius. It's helped companies further diversify and strengthen their supply chains so that consumers can benefit from more affordable, more innovative products. AGOA has also created incentives for governments to develop more stable and transparent business environments that attract more and better direct investment. It's given us a platform for building more just societies, helping reduce poverty, protect our planet, defend the rights of our workers. As we approach the renewal deadline next year, President Biden and our entire government fully support reauthorizing AGOA, and will continue working with our colleagues in Congress to make that happen. We're also focused on modernizing AGOA to reflect how our countries and our economies and international markets have evolved since the law was first passed. We see value in an AGOA that is agile, that's adaptable, that's capable of driving trade forward in a dynamic environment. Whether we're trying to meet the challenges of the climate crisis, prepare for the next pandemic, respond to shifts in global demand, we want AGOA to be ready to support the businesses and the economies of the future. The United States will continue investing in Africa because, as President Biden said when he hosted the Africa Leaders Summit, when Africa succeeds, the United States succeeds, and the whole world succeeds as well. Everyone in this room knows well, over the next 30 years, 1 in 4 inhabitants of our planet will be from the African continent. As we look at demographic trends, I think most people would not know the answer to this question, but if you asked 25 years from now, what will be the 3rd most populous country on earth after India and after China? The answer is the Democratic Republic of Congo. Many of us share a common vision for what needs to be a successful partnership between the United States and Africa, including an economic future that's more competitive, that's more resilient, and that's more stable for all of our people. One where our interdependence is not a sign of weakness to be exploited, but an asset that we can effectively leverage. So, we've been working alongside governments from across sub-Saharan Africa to invest in our joint strengths and to help shape a shared economic future. One way we're doing that is not just by working to create more opportunities for trade with the United States. We want to create better opportunities that benefit businesses in all our countries, that support our workers, and that protect our environment. In all of this, the private sector is the essential partner. We can't deliver for our people on issues that matter most without your talent, without your innovation, without your investment. That's why at the Africa Leaders Summit, we committed to growing our collaboration with the private sector through, but also beyond AGOA. Since then, we've been working very closely together and with our colleagues across the United States government to help close hundreds of new private sector deals between African and American businesses. Altogether, they're worth more than $16 billion. For example, in March, multiple agencies came together to launch the Africa Trade Desk. This is a platform that connects African agricultural producers with more than 20,000 American retailers, like Walmart, like Whole Foods. Already, we've helped conclude a $56 billion agreement to bring South African grapes to the United States while meeting requirements that promote good conditions for workers. All of that said, we know that deals like these are only one part of the equation. You all need to be able to plan ahead to attract capital, to manage risks. We know that means more predictable, more transparent policies, robust infrastructure, safe and stable conditions to grow your businesses. healthy and educated workforces, close and transparent collaboration with governments from the local level all the way up to make sure that the needs of communities and the needs of companies are being met. So we're working with our partners to foster the conditions that enable economic growth and pave the way for investment around the world and across the African continent. Take infrastructure, for example. Over the last 2 years, the United States has committed $82 million toward expanding digital access and improving digital literacy across sub-Saharan Africa. This will open doors to economic opportunity, support entrepreneurship, and help workers and economies compete in the 21st century. We've also contributed $3 billion to expand the Libido corridor, something I saw with my own eyes a few months ago when I visited Angola. This corridor, connecting Angola, Zambia, the DRC, through high-impact investments in ports and bridges, in rail lines and roads, and high-speed internet access, in clean energy and agriculture, all designed to unlock growth in key industries along a major economic thoroughfare. This initiative includes a project that we announced just last week. Our Export-Import Bank approved a $1.6 billion loan to help construct solar energy grids in Angola. Once they're complete, they'll generate power for water supply systems, increasing access to electricity and clean drinking water for businesses and communities across 4 provinces. Of course, trade programs like AGOA are also crucial for creating good environments for business, for breaking down barriers to economic cooperation, for bringing the benefits of trade home to all of our people. And folks here today, and those listening in, know this better than anyone. So, in the months ahead, I'd like to ask one thing. Let us and our partners in sub-Saharan Africa, let us know how we can do more to collaborate, how we can make AGOA even more effective. Together, we'll keep working toward the idea that inspired AGOA so many years ago, ideas that are still at the heart of our vision for the future, to build more equitable, more prosperous, more stable societies with more opportunity for everyone. That's our goal, that's our objective. AGOA is a critical tool for helping us achieve it, and I'm grateful for the support and the work that all of you are doing in that direction. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for being part of this effort. It's a great pleasure now for me to cede the microphone to Ambassador Muchanga of the African Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State, Honorable Anton Blinken. And I'm going to ride on all the protocols that were made earlier and respectively say, all protocol duly observed. And of course, it's very heartening to see that we have in our midst 2 cabinet members and a lot of ambassadors and a lot of members of the private sector, which shows very good, very high interest in the partnership that is evolving between Africa and the United States of America. As we meet today, I think, as indicated by my very good friend and sister Florie, Liser, we are setting the stage for the next phase of investment and trade partnership between the United States of America and Africa. And as we look to the future in this partnership, we do so against a background of significant developments in Africa's commercial sector. We are meeting when we are 3 years into the start of trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area. This is a major lever for the productive transformation of the African continent. It It is opening up investments in many sectors, including the development of regional, continental, and global value chains. As already indicated, we also have the Lobito DRC-Zambia Trade Corridor, which is opening up inter-country transport, communication, and energy connections, in addition to the development of agriculture and mining. Furthermore, we have complementary platforms to these markets, some of which have started operating, and I'm going to mention a few of them. In the area of trade information, we have the African Trade Observatory and the Intra-African Trade Fair, both of which are already operating. With respect to the Intra-African Trade Fair, which we started in 2018, this has generated around $118 billion in business-to-business transactions. In the sector of investment and finance, with the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is facilitating payments in national currencies in intra-African trade, with net settlements in foreign exchange on a daily basis. We also have the African Exchanges Linkages Project. This was rolled out in 2022 and initially connects 7 stock exchanges across 14 African countries. In this way, it is contributing to integrating Africa's capital markets by facilitating cross-border securities trading. And this is the first steps towards the establishment of a Pan-African Stock Exchange, one of the financial institutions of the African Union. Furthermore, we have the African Virtual Investment Platform, which will be rolled out by the end of this year, with the key tasks of removing investment barriers and consequently de-risking the African investment market. Through the African Development Bank, in which the U.S. is among the shareholders, we have the Investment Forum, which since 2018 has generated close to $180 billion in investment interest. In the sector of quality infrastructure, we have the Made in Africa Guide, and this guide is going to be rolled out in November this year. The Made in Africa Guide will assure innovation, quality, as well as removal of technical barriers to intra-African trade. In the sector of education, we are working on an African continental qualification framework. From a business perspective, we see stronger harmonization of qualification frameworks and skill accreditation programs across Africa as being foundational for labor market integration as we move towards creating a single African market, starting with the African Continental Free Trade Area. This is because comparable qualifications frameworks are key to building blocks for labor market integration. And on the other hand, their absence ushers in non-tariff barriers in the labor sector, which contribute to lower levels of intra-African trade in services, general low productivity, and low levels of economic integration. A key development in the health sector is the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, which will, among others, facilitate regulatory harmonization. This is critical to attracting investments in our pharmaceutical industry, as well as promoting intra-African trade in this sector. In the sector of mining, we have the Africa Green Minerals Strategy. Through it, we will contribute, among others, to the production of green energy at source. With this, Africa is signaling that her people are committed to the green transition, although we are among the least contributors in climate change. In the sector of transport, we have the single African air transport market, which will, once operational, facilitate cost-effective air connectivity, efficiency, price competitiveness, and among others, the development of tourism. In the sector of trade policy, a readiness assessment towards an African customs union or common market has been completed. The results of the study show that it is feasible to move towards this level of deeper economic integration and market consolidation, which is the next step towards a single African market in goods and services. In the sector of global economic governance, the African Union is now a permanent member of the Group of 20. This is the premier forum for international economic cooperation, which aims at achieving stable and sustainable global growth. I'll end the sampling by talking about the collaborative framework for the private sector. We have the African Business Council, which networks with business organizations around the continent, as well as governments, so that they are able to advance proposals on how to improve the business climate across Africa. It is against the background of this sample of market opening and consolidation initiatives that I reiterate my call to American business to invest in the African Continental Free Trade Area marketplace. By so doing, you have duty-free access across Africa, a continent with a population of 1.4 billion people and growing. We must add to this the vast reserves of virgin agricultural land and the natural resources. Investing in the African Continental Free Trade Area also opens up opportunities for U.S. business to export to the U.S. using preferences in AGOA, and in the process contributing to deeper trade and investment ties between Africa and the United States of America. In this respect, as indicated earlier, we also look forward to early and long-term authorization of AGOA. I will, at this stage, request you to include in your outcome document a list of measures that you would like to see the African policymakers to work on to enable you to see Africa as a more attractive investment destination. I will end by reaffirming my happiness to be with you this morning. I would have loved to be around, but there are other commitments. Very shortly, we have a meeting with the African ministers of trade who came here yesterday. But we are very, very happy that you are all here. And like I indicated, we look forward to your outcome documents. And I promise you, I'll read it and act on it. I thank you for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remember.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We will now welcome our first panel, AGOA Renewal, setting the stage for future economic partnership with Africa. So please, the first panel.
Katherine here.
I believe so. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, all protocols observed. It's a great pleasure to be here today and have an opportunity to moderate a very esteemed panel of the minister from South Africa to join us, as well as some distinguished guests from the private sector. We also have an attendee who will be participating in the panel virtually, and we're very pleased that he could attend as well. So this morning we're going to have a kickoff discussion. It's going to be a bit brief, given the packed agenda we have this morning. We're going to talk a little bit about setting the stage for the next phase of the U.S. Africa economic partnership. And as mentioned, we're joined by a very distinguished panel this morning. I'll start with the Honorable Parks Tau, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition from the Republic of South Africa. Welcome. We are also joined by Ann Elliker, who's the Group Head, Client Coverage, Corporate and Investment Banking of Standard Bank. Thank you for being here. Farouk Gumel, who's Vice Chair of the Africa TGI Group, who is joining us virtually and should be up shortly, we would hope. Also joining us is Kat Robinson, a good friend for many years, Senior Director of Global Trade Policy and International Government Affairs from Pfizer, and Hinnock Tefera Shaw, who's Managing Director of Boeing, and not last but certainly not least, Bobby Thompson, Senior Vice President and Head of U.S. Government Engagement for Visa. So we've really got a great powerhouse panel for you. Look forward to the discussion. The full bios are available online and also in the other materials that have been distributed. To open it up, my name is Everett Eisenstadt. I'm a partner with the law firm Squire Patton Boggs. I've had the honor of working with the Corporate Council on Africa for many years and being part of the AGOA renewal process, both on Capitol Hill, the White House, and as a USTR. So this is a really exciting opportunity presented in the next coming years, and this will be a great stage setter for the rest of the day's discussions. I'm going to start with Minister Tau, and I would like to just give you an opportunity to give your perspective on AGOA renewal, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, regional integration, and how you see the opportunities unfolding over the next several years.
Thank you very much, and good morning. And I think that the latter speakers covered in many ways the sort of issues that I wanted to raise, but as a point of emphasis, I think firstly it is important that we continue to see AGOA in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as complementary and as functioning in a way that AGOA could supplement the initiatives of the free trade area. In many ways, African countries are demonstrating increased improvement in the levels of value chain integration, but the reality is that that value chain integration is happening at a primary level. The opportunity currently provided is for us to upgrade, if you like, the level of integration and to get to manufactured goods and value chain integration at a much more secondary level in terms of the opportunities that avail themselves. But it's also important that we in the same message of saying that these are complementary, the opportunity to extend the AGOA agreement or the AGOA or the act itself, I think is an important statement to say we're giving long-term certainty with regards to trade between Africa and the USA and the opportunities that provides for us to be able to plan in a manner that enables industrialization on the continent on the basis of a longer-term agreement with certainty and improvement in the way in which the agreement is administered and structured. And that, I think, creates greater opportunity for African countries to enhance their own capital investments, but also their ability to attract investors on the continent. We certainly would wish to say that there are great opportunities, and we're witnessing it in Africa at the back of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the increased extent to which our own manufactured goods are getting access onto the African markets, and we've seen increased trade between South Africa and countries in the region, and we believe that further investment creates that opportunity to leverage off these improvements that we ourselves are currently witnessing. Thank you.
No, that was very well said. And you're absolutely correct, Mr. Minister. It's a very exciting time for the region, and there's a great opportunity ahead. And certainly the industries we're going to be talking to this morning will have a lot to contribute to that, alongside with the very esteemed ministers that we have with us today. So let me turn to the panelists. I'm going to ask a broad question. We'll go alphabetically and ask each of you to just give your sector's perspective about the region. Each of you are in an area that's critically important to the economic development of the region. You help advance growth and economic opportunity for many, many people, and I'm confident will continue to do so. So can you please give your sector's perspective on regional opportunities, the role of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and the importance of AGOA renewal? And we're going to start alphabetically. Each panelist will have 4 to 5 minutes for remarks, and then we'll sum up and conclude today's discussion. I'm going to start with Anne, who was working for Standard Bank. We can give a sector from her perspective from the banking sector. Thank you, Anne.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Everett. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you this morning. For some of your audience, they may not know Standard Bank. Standard Bank is the largest bank in Africa by way of assets. And importantly for this discussion, the leading bank from a U.S. Africa trade investment perspective. And that's relevant because it really gives us insight into how our clients are operating on the continent. And we've been acting on the continent for several years. I was listening to the previous speaker, and I was actually reflecting on a little bit of history. And when I think of the reauthorization of AGOA at this moment, and the development of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, it's really pleasing to me that every single speaker has spoken about that together, because we see it playing out with our clients on the ground. Trade is part of our DNA in Africa. So actually our ability to trade into the largest unified single market in the world is important for the development of the continent, but actually it's important for the commercial realization of the companies that are operating on the ground. So when I'm speaking to my clients, that's what I see. When I'm listening to the clients who want to invest for the future, who are seeking to expand, then the reauthorization is one of those potential hurdles that they're all dealing with, that they're all thinking about at the moment. But the last thing I would want to comment on, because I'm conscious I only have 3 or 4 minutes, is trade and investment is actually a two-way street. So whilst we often talk about AGOA giving access to African companies into the US, the reality is, as we implement the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, as African companies actually continue to develop, I'm hoping that US companies will actually see the commercial benefit of also investing on the African continent. It really is something that delivers, I think, mutual benefit, and we see it at a very practical level. I could go on and on.
Oh,
but I won't.
I've heard you speak. You've got a lot to offer, and I hope we'll all have an opportunity to talk offline as well. But you're absolutely right. Investment is a key factor, and the opportunities in the region just continue to grow. With that, I'll turn to our virtual panelist, Farouk, who is with TGI Group, one of the powerhouse holding companies in the region, investments throughout the continent. It'll be very interesting to hear your perspectives on the questions that were posed earlier. Thank you, Farouk.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, very well.
I think the key takeaway from the earlier speakers that I would like to touch upon is the issue around modernizing AGOA, or what Ambassador Tai said about the next era of AGOA. If you look at the numbers as they are now, the total trade between Africa and the US is around $44.8 billion. And of that, 28.2 billion is actually imports into the United States from Africa. And so when we start to dissect those numbers, we'll see that 15.7 billion of that 28.2 billion is actually from South Africa alone. And if you go further down, Nigeria has 3.5 billion of that. So around 68% of those of the imports from Africa by the United States today is from those two countries. And if we again go further down, and by the way, this is information I got from Ambassador Tai's report in 2022 on the progress of AGOA. And if you dissect it further, you'll see that most of those imports are platinum, diamonds, and petroleum products. But in the last two CCA events that have held in terms of the annual events and discussions around AGOA, we met many of the smaller African countries who have been hugely impacted by AGOA in the non-mineral resource sectors and in the non-oil and gas sectors. And that is what Africa needs, because the growth and opportunity that forms part of the whole definition of AGOA is all about creating jobs. It's about inclusion and inclusive growth. And so if we want to touch on that, we have to go into sectors like mine, which is agriculture, and other sectors where there's value addition in the continent, where those items that have been processed can now be exported and consumed by the great US market. And as we start to go down the progress of AGOA, you'll see that only 16 countries out of the 32 countries that are part of the whole AGOA eligible countries have a dedicated strategy. And what is quite interesting is neither Nigeria or South Africa are in those 16 countries. Those countries that have dedicated AGOA strategies are countries that are small, are countries that are very agrarian, and these are countries that have a lot of push into the textile and apparel sector, a lot of push into agriculture and food exports, and that is where jobs are created. Because without inclusive growth and impactful opportunities, I think AGOA will not achieve the goal it wants to achieve. And so my contribution to this panel, and maybe to the US authorities and the Presidential Advisory Council in the United States that works on the doing business in Africa, they should look into the inclusion side of AGOA, and they should look more into the social impact side of the initiatives that are being rolled out, as opposed to just the financial numbers. Because if you look at those financial numbers, we call billions of dollars or hundreds of billions of dollars, but those hundreds of billions of dollars are less than 1,000 or 2,000 people. And so that's where I think I would like to just make my contributions towards saying, let us make it inclusive. Let it be that African nations and Africans benefit from this, and let's see how we can push the next AGOA to be an Africa Inclusive Growth and Impactful Opportunity Act. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was extremely well said, and I think the points you raised on how the AGOA could create opportunities for diversification, more inclusive growth throughout the region were very valid and well taken, so thank you for those comments. We'll now turn to Katherine from the pharmaceutical sector, Pfizer, joining us today. Kat?
Sure. Thank you, Everett, and thank you to my other distinguished panelists. It's a pleasure to be here today. All protocols observed. I love saying that. It's an easy way to make sure you cover all of the boundaries that you need to. So it's great to be here and to really talk about the intersection between AGOA, the AFCFTA, and how do we expand to other sectors that may not currently be as have such a robust presence on the continent. For those that are unaware, Pfizer has been operating on the African continent for over 70 years, and this is through an expansive network of manufacturing, localization, education programs, access initiatives, and partnership and donation programs with many different players. This includes 2 localized production facilities in South Africa for 2 separate vaccines. We have several manufacturing facilities in North Africa, and then partnerships with many contract manufacturers across both North and South Africa. We also have expansive distribution systems in East Africa as well as South Africa, and some hubs in Morocco that really facilitate all of our presence across the continent. This is in addition to the partnerships that we have with the Gates Foundation, with the Gavi program, including multiple technology transfers through the MPP, as well as Pfizer's new flagship access and capacity building initiative, the Accord for a Healthier World. So through this, through both our local presence and our partnerships, we really have a good knowledge base for which we are looking to see how do we expand the U.S. Africa economic partnership in the health space as we look to the next stage of this relationship. To do this, we are actively participating in numerous different initiatives, partnering with trade associations and different advisory bodies to really see how can we create that ecosystem that is going to support the health sector's growth across the continent and increased integration with U.S. supply chains. We are a proud member of the PAC-DBIA, and our CEO stood on stage with Juan Kelemene from the AFCFTA in January to announce a new high-level working group on pharmaceuticals between the private sector and the governments across the continent so that we can actually work together to create the policies that are needed to actually expand investment, access, and trade in our sector. And we really think that that level of integration is what's going to be key, working together. Governments can't do it alone, private sector can't do it alone, and we have to work together, and we need those platforms so we can move from talking to actually implementing policies that are going to have a huge impact. So we've really been focused on how do we create that infrastructure that will make the change. For Pfizer, as I said, we are really focused on working with stakeholders. And for us, there is a policy environment that is critical for us to be able to do more across the continent. No single country can produce every health product that it needs. And therefore, it is critical that you have uninterrupted supply chains, integration, and a willingness to work with other governments to get what you need. And to do this, there are certain prerequisites that must exist in the ecosystem to enable this. Today, I'd like to focus on 2. Regulatory harmonization. We heard Ambassador Muchanga mention this. I was thrilled to hear his remarks in this area. It is such a key foundation for doing more in the health space. And then also mitigating illicit trade. In the area of regulatory harmonization, the AMA is going to be a key institution, but we are still many years from the AMA, the African Medicines Agency, for those that are not as steeped in the health lingo, before it's fully operationalized. So it is critical that we leverage work through the AFCFTA to remove those trade barriers. The AFCFTA has gone a long way to create a single market for many different commodities and products across the continent. In the health space, unfortunately, just removing tariffs and easing trade facilitation measures at the border is not sufficient to create a single market for our industry, because we have to have regulatory approval for everything that we do in a country. And therefore, each regulatory agency, 54 individual regulatory agencies across the continent, have to approve a product, a clinical trial protocol, an investment, an export. And to do that, that creates many trade barriers, as you can imagine. And so we want to harmonize and create and remove those redundancies as much as possible so that we're able to easily move product across countries so that you can actually create the economies of scale that will allow for greater investment and greater harmonization across the continent. There has been a great recognition of this challenge that currently exists, and that is why we have the partnerships with the AFCFTA, with the AU, with all of our trade associations, really trying to address this issue. But what I would say today, what we really need to do now is we recognize the issue. There is tremendous effort on capacity building to help raise the standards within regulatory agencies across the continent and to create the Africa's Medicine Agency. But now we really need to create that political will to push through policies that are going to bring the 54 countries across the continent into a single standard so that you are able to have that single market. So that's one of the big things that I think that the African Union, the U.S. government, the U.S. private sector, we can all work together to work with governments at a local level to see what do we need to do to get these standards in place so that we can create that single market for health products. And then the second issue I'll just touch on briefly is the issue of illicit trade. Unfortunately, there is a significant market and problem with illicit trade, substandard medicines moving across the country, the continent. And the AFCFTA can play a really critical role on trying to curb illicit trade by working on creating a single standard for how do you address illicit trade, helping governments implement track and trace protocols, serialization programs, having the right, several countries across the continent allow for parallel trade, but unfortunately there aren't the right regulations in place that then prevent unregistered medical products from being put into the parallel trade channels. And so we need to work across the continent and with the AFCFTA to have those standards in place that allow for legal parallel trade, but that would then prevent substandard medicines from being able to be transited through those channels. So we're actively working with both the U.S. government, the AU, the individual countries on different capacity building initiatives, technical assistance, frameworks, policy frameworks that need to be in place so that we can all collectively work together to curb illicit trade. Because this is not only a trade issue, but it's actually a patient's issue. It is a health and safety issue that has dire consequences when not managed appropriately. So there are many other issues I would love to talk about, but I recognize time is short, so I just wanted to highlight those two issues as those that we're really looking forward to working with governments and all the other entities working to strengthen the relationship between the U.S. and Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. That was really well articulated, the importance of both government and private sector in the pharmaceutical working together to create that ecosystem for success. So thank you for those remarks. We'll now turn to Henok with Boeing, transportation sector. I think most people know Boeing, and I'm certain many of them came in a Boeing airplane to be here. So thank you for that. Please.
Thank you, Everett. It's good to be here at the USIP, and thank you to CCA and Florie for all that you've done for the growth of the U.S. Africa relations, and all protocols observed, of course. No, I wanted to say that having listened to the many speakers and their very thoughtful insights, as African, but working for an American company, I see great value in AGOA, both for Africa and for the U.S. I think that should be underlined. There's great value for both the U.S. economy, for U.S. jobs, but also for us in Africa in terms of the socio-economic transformation we're trying to achieve. Why is that? I think one of the speakers mentioned earlier how AGOA was only benefiting, or very few countries in Africa are benefiting from AGOA, and in particular the minister from the country, my neighbor, because they have a very strong industrial base, they're able to benefit from the opportunities of us. So in many ways, I think the success of AGOA will be dependent upon us in Africa ensuring that the AFCFTA is successful, meaning we integrate our economies and markets so that as a mass market, we are attracting US businesses to come and invest in the continent. So it's really dependent upon us in Africa to ensure that the fragmented markets come as one and become attractive to private sectors. As Boeing, we are very, very bullish about the prospects of the African market. We foresee that over the next 20 plus years, there will be a need for more than 1,000 aircrafts, and it's a very conservative estimate, in Africa. And today, 2/3 of all commercial aircraft operating out of Africa are Boeing aircraft. So for us, when you talk about aviation, it's really, in Africa, it's really about Boeing that you're talking about. And we see a lot of potential with the AFCFTA being put in place and with AGOA, the aerospace manufacturing in Africa, which is nascent, growing manifold. So you have aerospace manufacturing now in Ethiopia, which Ethiopian Airlines is now part of the supply chain of Boeing. You have the same thing in Morocco, in North Africa, and there are also projects in South Africa. So it's really up to us, I think, to develop the ecosystem and then the policies that enable us to benefit from what AGOA has to offer. As Boeing, we are ready to participate in that effort because we believe it's in the interest of the Boeing company and the business here, and it's also for the benefit of Africa because with the growth and transformation of Africa in terms of business, trade, relations, connectivity will be key. And one of the, I think the commissioner is not here, but one of the critical lacking elements for the success of AFCFTA is connectivity, ensuring that there is enough connectivity between African countries. In order to do that, you would need, of course, aircraft, but you also need what was mentioned by the commissioner, which is a single African air transport market, which is a complement to the AFCFTA and which the commissioner mentioned, and for which we also as Boeing are advocating vis-à-vis African governments so that African airlines and African companies can fly freely without restriction within Africa. That will be a huge boost for investment, for trade growth within the continent, and of course from Africa to the rest of the world. So if Africa is more integrated, obviously it will become a much, much more attractive market for US companies, and then AGOA can play its rightful role. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, that's so true, and the importance of freedom of movement, both for goods and people, will be fundamental to the advancement of the free trade area. So thank you for sharing those insights. We'll now hear from Bobby with Visa, also a long-term colleague and friend. We're excited to hear your remarks today on the financial services sector, and appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much, Everett, and thank you to our distinguished guests and Florie for hosting us here at the U.S. Institute of Peace. It's an honor to be on this panel, and I'm really excited about the topic, which is looking ahead for the future of trade and AGOA and what that can mean for all of us who care deeply about Africa. And maybe I'll give a perspective on the digital side, because digital plays such a critical role for what the future can hold. And that really speaks to digital access, digital financial inclusion, equitable growth across all of Africa. And I'll offer a little bit of perspective of Visa. We've been operating in Africa for over 5 decades. We opened our first office in South Africa in 1992 in Johannesburg. We just opened our 10th office in Kinshasa just a little over a year ago, and so we're excited about the growth that we've seen over our history in Africa, but we know there's much more to be done. So just in context of Visa, we really promote digital payments, digital access, and we have about 100 million cardholders across Africa and over 6 million merchants where you can use your payment credentials. We're very focused on really supporting the small micro businesses across the continent, and particularly women-owned businesses who are such a catalyst for growth, particularly as it relates to trade and what trade can provide in terms of benefits to the society. We also are spending quite a lot of time working with the Africa FinTech community. And for those of you who studied that, you know it's one of the most vibrant, robust, exciting of all the world. And we have a FinTech accelerator program where we can learn the best of the fintech entrepreneurs, creators, and innovators. And so that's a very exciting area, which we want to bring into the trade context as well. The third area I would just mention is the work we're doing on innovation in Africa specifically, to imagine a future of commerce where everybody can access that. And we have an innovation hub in Kenya, which is really providing significant momentum to thinking about alternative and future ways to pay. And Africa is really exciting because if you look at the demographics of Africa, as the Secretary of State referenced, by 2050, there'll be 2.5 billion people on the continent. We know already that Africa has one of the youngest populations anywhere in the world. It also has the highest percentage of entrepreneurs anywhere in the world. So if you think about what digital can do, the mindset, the tech savviness that Africa offers, you can just see the prospect very clearly out into the future. But there are, of course, opportunities and challenges. And if you think about access in Africa, it's not where it needs to be. There are over 500 million people who don't have full access to the financial system, and we're very eager to partner to address that. We know that there are over 40 million merchants that don't fully leverage digital payments. There's huge opportunities there. And we know that really truly fulfilling the free trade across the continent can unlock the potential of entrepreneurs, small businesses, artisans to really make a difference. And that's both in terms of accessing markets outside of Africa, in the United States specifically, but also across Africa. And as we think about the policies to enable that, digital really wasn't a thing when AGOA was first contemplated back in 2000. It certainly is now. And so we think about the importance of digital trade, cross-border data flows, standardization across the economy and continent to allow the full potential to be realized. And so BISA is very excited about what the future looks like, about the ability to partner with all of you here who care about Africa and the promise that it holds. And so we really are grateful for the chance to be part of the dialogue and to partner with all of you to take this vision forward. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bobby. I wish we had, I don't know if everyone knows what a word cloud is, but you can basically take what has been said and capture it in a graphic. And I think if we were to do that with this conversation, we'd see a lot of common themes. I'll first note, beginning with the minister's comments on both the importance of AGOA and the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement working in tandem to really unlock the potential of trade between the United States and within the continent itself. We heard about the importance of diversification of the economies, about the importance of inclusivity, integration, freedom of movement of both goods and people, and then of course, as noted from some very critical players in the region, different sectors, the importance of governments and business working hand in hand to create regulatory environments to advance opportunity. And we were at a fantastic nexus point in U.S. sub-Saharan African relations, and it's being facilitated by both within Africa itself, with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, but also AGOA. So we will work with this team. We'll look forward to hearing the governments. I think everyone did a fantastic job setting the stage today. It's a real powerhouse we have, and thank you for joining us from virtually as well. It's been a real honor to be part of this panel. I'll just note one final comment is that planning is fundamental, and we heard about not just what's happening, but what's going to happen. In that regard, utilization plans was mentioned as well as a key factor to helping really unlock the potential of AGOA. So thank you to the Corporate Council on Africa and all the sponsors. It's been an honor to moderate this panel, and I'm sure you will be looking forward to hearing the rest of today's excellent discussants as well. I'm told we'll have a 5-minute break, so please take this opportunity to take a brief rest, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you for continuing to be here and supporting AGOA. For some of us, it's a life work. I'm looking at our good friends in the room. They've been here since the beginning and expect to be here till the end. Some of you are wondering what's new, what's changing in the landscape. In this panel, we're going to address 3 technical areas, but it depends on all of you joining us back in the room. I know the coffee is really nice back there, but I'm sure you've had enough. We have guests online joining us from around the world, South Africa, Washington State, from the middle of the U.S., and Rahul, I don't know, I think you're in Dubai, aren't you? So we have a really fantastic lineup of speakers, but I'm going to start with those of us on stage. And I'm just looking at the back of the room. I think you're so busy making deals happen that you can't come sit down. That's okay, we understand. AGOA is about trade, isn't it? And trade is about deals, isn't it? So I think today this panel wants to talk about what's new, what's happening, what are the opportunities for scaling. And many of you who have spent time as we all do on the continent of Africa, AGOA is really about hope. It's about hope for growing economies. And if we don't have belief and hope that there's opportunities to increase trade, businesses don't invest, financiers don't put their money on the line, and by all means, analysts have nothing to analyze. And so we want to talk about successes, what's been happening, what are some of the trends in different sectors. And as was mentioned by our esteemed opening speakers, of course, Florie, Liser, and Secretary Blinken talked about economic growth and drivers of business growth for consumers to have better choices. And I think at the bottom, at the end of all of the trade conversations and the technical barriers to trade, and the last panel mentioned this, we want safer food, safer products, and sustainable products for consumers. And so a lot of the complexities of trade come to consumer choices. So I, for one, believe that the discussion about renewing AGOA is really about refreshing and re-envisioning what trade opportunities, products, businesses, what's new, and how can we really accelerate growth. And I'm looking at Joss. There's everyone talks a lot about the apparel sector. We'll come to that. But in Africa, we talk a lot about food and agriculture as well. And there's been a lot of hiccups and fluctuation in pricing, which is also a part of trade sensitivity. And then we're talking about financial markets and efficiency and more competitive trade. And this is always a barrier for small businesses to get the kind of financing and investments they need to be able to do more, deliver more, and trade more. And I think there are new institutional tools and support mechanisms which are significant improvements over where we were when AGOA started out 20 years ago, don't you think, Florie? So I want to continue to come back to this theme of real growth. So let me start out with my dear friend and colleague Eckhart, and just give us some of what you're seeing, some of the trends, new products, what is being traded, and you and I were talking about 200 AGOA eligible products being traded of more than $1 million of trade just in this year. So give us your ideas, Eckhart, and then I'm assuming that all of you are super internet savvy and looked up all the speakers and all the topics, and I'm not going to go into detailed introductions and bore you. So you can catch up with me. If you haven't, come talk to us at the end. Over to you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Before I start, first of all, thank you to the Corporate Council for hosting us, or the USIP as well. And Led, where's Led? But certainly a special thanks to Led, who's always just really the machinery behind these events. So thank you, Led, for all of that. Vanessa, thank you. I think we often, in terms of AGOA, we talk about market access, and of course it is about market access. And as a result of AGOA, there are virtually no import tariff barriers left. It's only about 3%, a couple of tariff lines that still are subject to an import duty. AGOA obviously doesn't cover all of that, but that is because 40% or 37% or so of tariff lines are already duty-free into the United States. So really, tariffs are no longer an issue as a result of AGOA. There are many other barriers remaining. Market access isn't about just preferential tariff access, but it's also about navigating all these other barriers, especially around standards and technical barriers and sanitary and phytosanitary issues and so on and so forth. But if one looks at the data, AGOA has actually had an impact on many products. It's not just oil or textiles and a couple of agricultural products. There are around about 200 products at the HTS 8 level, which is basically at the disaggregated tariff line level at which duties are charged, that have been exported to the United States under AGOA in 2023 at more than $1 million. Now, $1 million doesn't seem like that much coming from a continent, but to individual exporters and businesses in Africa, it might be a lot. It might be the majority of their business. So it is really having an impact. Of course, there are the big numbers from the textile sector, even from the oil industry. Oil doesn't need AGOA to be sold. But certainly the textile sector, the agricultural sector, there are many success stories as a result of AGOA. For example, oranges into the United States under AGOA are coming mainly from South Africa. The second largest supplier to the United States of oranges. Pecan nuts from Kenya and South Africa together account for the majority of the U.S. import market. So there are many success stories if one delves into the details a little bit, and these are really having an impact on the African side. And of course, to the willing buyer in the United States that is choosing to buy from Africa under AGOA when they could be sourcing from anywhere in the world.
Fantastic. So remember this at Thanksgiving when you're making your pecan pie, that those are African pecans. I used to be only talking about cashews, but now I can talk about macadamia and pecan, and I'm expanding. So Babajide has joined us. Babajide Sodipo. Afro-Exim Bank is, I don't think, very well known as you and I were discussing. And what's so interesting about Afro-Exim Bank and the financial sector in Africa is it's been changing significantly, and trade and investment tools, mechanism, platforms, digitization are absolutely essential for accelerating trade and investment and growth, and we talked about this. And if you can just speak very briefly to what you're seeing as opportunities for scale. And we discussed, and this is something that, Florie, we talked about many, many years, which is if African trade more amongst African countries, that's also going to grow exports, and it's going to grow capacity for businesses to trade around the world. And we are seeing a lot more of that now than we had many years ago. So, Babajide, if you could just give us some insights. I know you would like to speak for 3 hours, but I'm going to give you 3 minutes to give us your brilliant examples.
All right. Thank you very much. And again, thanks to the Corporate Council for inviting us to this very important session. So very quickly, I think what we as Afro-Exim Bank have learned from our decades, over 3 decades experience of financing trade on the continent, as well as trade between Africa and the rest of the world, is that market access is not enough. And, I can go through a whole thesis on all the elements, but I'm going to just highlight 2 additional things, which is critical as we think about AGOA, as we try to implement AGOA, as we try to ensure that AGOA achieves its potential. And those are 2 other things, trade facilitation, as well as investment. Trade facilitation in the context of, even if you have all the market access in the world, if you do not put in place the tools, the instruments that will help to facilitate trade, the products will just sit in the warehouse. They're certainly not going to get to the markets where they're needed. To that extent, Afro-Exim Bank has put in place 2 or 3 initiatives which really attempts to drive trade facilitation across the continent. First is the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, which Commissioner Muchanga mentioned. It is important because at the end of the day, it's people that do businesses. Buyers have to meet sellers. There has to be opportunities to understand what is available in the market, what the needs of the buyers are, and you need to have that kind of framework where you can connect buyers and sellers. So the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, it's not only physical, it's also virtual, which takes place through the year. Then the other particular problem Africa had was the issue of payments, where for a lot of African countries, they have to trade local currency to dollars and so on and so forth. So in that regard, the bank put in place something called the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which essentially helps to facilitate payments in African currencies, again, making trade easy. On the investment points, it became also very clear and very important that if you wanted to be able to diversify your export profile, if you want to be able to trade and export the right kind of things, then absolutely you need an investor or investors that will go to invest in developing the productive capacity that is necessary to create the products and the goods that you trade. So quite sometimes we don't hear enough about AGOA as an investment facilitation tool, and I think absolutely this audience is the audience that will fully understand the potential of AGOA as an investment facilitation tool. In that case, of course, Afreximbank have done a number of things, including creating an equity vehicle, our Fund for Export Development for Africa, which helps to invest equity in export-led sectors, particularly, again, ensuring that these investments catalyze the scaling up of production to take advantage of the market access under schemes such as AGOA. Thank you.
I asked him 3 times, is it really true you invest and take equity positions? He had to reassure me, so I'm sure you're all wondering the same thing and Googling this right now. Do you have access? Who has access? What are the conditions? We'll argue about this later. But
Fund for Export Development for Africa.
Thank you. So I believe that on our panel, Rahul, actually, Mittal might have tried to use your fund for Arise, and maybe, Rahul, I'll come to you. And talking about scale, Arise is really attempting to do what most of us thought was unimaginable, which is the infrastructure, large-scale investments, whether it be processing, warehousing, added value on the continent, which is required, as you all mentioned previously, to increase trade. And Rahul, I know only a little bit to be dangerous about what Arise is doing, but in 3 minutes, I think if you can just give us your views from Arise's work and investment. What can governments do more as well as private sector to scale up trade and investment between Africa and the U.S.? Oh, you're on mute, so we would love to hear you, but I think you can unmute. Thank you.
So, thank you, Vanessa. A very good morning to everybody. As you said, Arise is probably not very well known in that part of the world. So let me take a few seconds to talk about us. We are largely infrastructure developer in Africa. We design, finance, build and operate large integrated industrial zones in African countries in partnership with the state governments. We are currently present in about 12 countries where our zones are either developed or under construction. And we have talks with several other governments about setting up zones and looking at a pan-African presence in times to come. And Vanessa, to your doubt on whether Afreximbank takes equity or not, they are on board Arise as a shareholder through PEDA. So you have some proof of what they say sitting right here. Now, for us, Africa has been largely an exporter of raw materials. And what we're trying to do is change that by building large-scale infrastructure projects, which look at doing value-added products based on what are locally available raw materials in the country are. And when in these zones, when we look at bringing investors, they largely talk about 3 things: availability of raw materials, the cost of production in the country, and the third is market access. And this market access is a very critical point where AGOA comes in, and also now what is happening with AFCFTA. Both with AFCFTA and AGOA, tariff barriers get reduced or eliminated, and which helps us, the investors, to access a large consumer base. But then tariff barriers are not the only thing which is hindering trade now. There exists equally big animal called non-tariff barriers, which hinder trade. While on the continent itself, AFCFTA Secretariat is working towards eliminating some of those. I think probably these barriers are something which is affecting trade within AGOA as well. If you look at today what US imports from Africa, agri products are less than $1 billion. And of this $1 billion also, a large part of it is cocoa products coming from Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. And therefore, I would not refrain from saying that the agri business into US is minimal, and therefore it has a huge potential to grow. The one part which needs to be addressed is the non-tariff barriers. How can governments on both the sides work on eliminating those? How can industry be supported on that? And the second part, I think, which has worked well in case of at least the cocoa sector, is US companies coming up and setting shop in Africa. Now, investors like Cargill who have come and have started manufacturing in Africa for export to Africa. I think that could also be a huge step to facilitating trade. It's not about just African investors or African manufacturers exporting to Africa. It could be US investors coming into Africa, setting up shop and selling manufacturing for Africa and for US. And if you look at these markets in an integrated manner, I think we can go a long way.
Thank you, Rahul. I'm sorry, your connection is not ideal, so I think a lot of people didn't hear everything that you were saying. You can share some of your comments, I hope, online on social media, and I hope you're all tweeting your arguments about every speaker, so we have a nice debate. I would like to go next to Wunmi, if you don't mind, and let's talk a little bit about inclusivity and what small businesses and industry associations. Rahul, we see you. Are the other speakers still online? I don't know if our technical is following, but some of the points you were making about large-scale investments required to accelerate processing into trade also comes to consumer awareness and also buyer willingness to buy from different sectors. So, Wunmi, can you talk a little bit about the SMEs and the inclusivity and the example of the shea industry and how the opportunity to grow U.S. Africa trade in your view and include the benefit all the way down to the pickers and growers on the continent? Over to you, Wunmi.
Thank you so much. I should kick off by saying thank you to the Corporate Council for hosting this event and US IP as well. I'm standing on all protocol observed, and just to really, by way of introduction, just give a brief synopsis of the Global Shea Alliance. So we are an industry association representing the voice of about 849 members from 36 countries. And I think that for us, opportunities to leverage and improve the utilization of AGOA is quite important. We're talking about the inclusivity. A few things that Rahul mentioned that I'm going to just project from is really talking about, opportunities to do a bit more than just exporting raw materials out of Africa and ensuring that we're having a lot more value addition. In the shea sector, we're fortunate to have a unique product that is natural, renewable, and it's sustainable. And this product actually meets the interest of a lot of U.S. consumers. So there's that opportunity for U.S. consumers to be connected with shea, which is purely indigenous to Africa and to some of the sub-Saharan African countries as well. when you think about the structure of the sector in the past, like I said, it was really focused on just exporting raw materials. But when we're looking at trade and making sure that trade is more inclusive, a big part of that is ensuring that women play a role in trade, and they are more visible in the global trade, in the global trade platform. And not just women, but also youth, young Africans who really are very eager to be put to work. And one of the things that we're trying to do is really build programs that support women's participation within the global trade system. And a key example is ensuring that market access is present. So how do we continue to integrate women suppliers, women collectors into supply chain systems of U.S. companies, for example? And that starts with things like capacity building for women, helping them understand the trade market in itself, helping them understand the use of shea beyond their own communities, helping them come together to be formed into cooperatives and do business together, and connecting them in a way that they could negotiate contracts with U.S. companies, they could understand the trade terms, they could understand the need for quality. Beyond that is also supporting them with the right infrastructure, so ensuring that there's something as simple as a warehouse put in place for them to be able to aggregate. And we see that addressing some of those aggregation challenges really enhance the trade between U.S. companies and women collectors. And beyond that is also access to finance, which has been a big limitation for women to trade. A lot of access to finance that women are leveraging right now are from private sector partners. How do we diversify beyond that and ensure that women can access finance to be able to trade independently? So those are some of the interventions that we're doing as an alliance to ensure that there's more inclusive participation of women and youth within the sector. What we're seeing as well is looking at opportunities to also bring in more U.S. companies into the market. We'll see a lot more presence on the ground. I know Raul mentioned that it's really not just about U.S. African companies exporting, but also how do we attract foreign direct investment from U.S. companies. And we're seeing a lot of that activities within the shea sector. A U.S. company, Bunge, under the terms of AGOA, actually also just invested multi-million dollars to develop a processing plant in Africa. And what that in itself is really helping addressing some of Africa's key issues like job opportunities for young people, and really also ensuring that we're creating more sustainable trade within the sector.
Thanks, and I'm glad you brought the Bunge example, and there are many larger investments processing substantially more. I think now over 70% of shea is processed on the continent compared to where we were nearly 20 years ago, where we were under 10%. So it's a significant growth area. And the other thing that I believe, Erica, you can speak to this also. Erica Joubert is speaking to us from South Africa. Westgrow, I don't know, maybe you're on an airplane. Who knows? These days you could be somewhere else. But Erica, if you can talk to us a bit, because you've been doing this trade promotion and facilitation for a number of years, and I know you've always got great examples of areas that could be growth sectors and where more investment would be required, and where governments also can lean in further. So over to you, Erica, and thank you, Wunmi.
Good morning, everybody in the US and for the rest of the world, possibly good afternoon. First of all, thank you, Vanessa, and of course, Laird and the Corporate Council. Appreciate the invite. Just as a quick introduction, my name is Erica. I'm the head of trade promotion at Westgrow, and our role is to support Western Cape business exporting their goods and services to the rest of the world. For those that's not familiar, the Western Cape is a province. It's the 4th largest province within South Africa. Vanessa, as it relates to your particular question in terms of investment and in which particular sectors to invest, and maybe to Eckhart's point earlier, that there's, I know the previous panel talked about oil and gold, etc., but what we're seeing specifically in the Western Cape is the maybe take a step back, as in the South African context specifically, it's the second largest utilizer of AGOA, with about 26% of all South African exports under AGOA. And it range from motor vehicles to ferroalloys to citrus to jewelry to yachts to engine parts to wine. And then within the Western Cape Province in particular, 5 of the top 10 AGOA exports originate mostly exclusively from the Western Cape Province. Again, this is jewelry, citrus, engine parts, wine, boats, nuts. So we're seeing a real uptick and outside of natural resources that's being traded to the US. And it's not only raw materials, it's also finished products. So from and then from an investment perspective, what we've started seeing and the support that company needs, and Nimi talked about that earlier, is really smaller businesses that is looking to add value to their products. They don't only want to export the raw material, but having the support and the investment needed in order to put that production facilities in place in order to export that value-added materials. I wanted to use one example, and it's actually a recent example, and it's also a story about collaboration, and it's pomegranates. In a few years, it's been identified about the pomegranate opportunity with from South Africa to the US, and we have a SMME in one of our small towns within one of the districts, Oudtshoorn. It's called Karupak. And they are working with pomegranate farmers. And they really wanted, and they had this vision in order to not only export raw or fresh produce, but being able to add value-added products to that. And this particular facility then, with the collaboration of U.S. Africa Trade and Investment, the Southern Buy-in Activity, who's responsible for matchmaking grant funding under AGOA, helped this particular facility through a grant match, and it was a processing plant. It was 25 million, 10 million from US aid, and then the Karupak shareholders offered the others, was able to actually put up this facility and are now producing not only the raw material or the fresh produce, but being able to add the value-added product, which is juice, liquor, skin, it's a hair range, and then and now being with the support and technical support from USAID, the agencies such as Westgrow, on national bodies such as the DTIC, putting the packaging together, putting the labeling together, and working with provider to ensure that this product is ready for the US and being able to export to the US.
I love these concrete examples, and I hope you're all taking notes and tweeting about some of these wins, because there's hundreds of people, thousands of hours, and millions of dollars go into each of these trade agreements, and each of you has seen how much work goes in and how quickly some of these deals can be lost, right? And we're talking about competitiveness. These markets aren't static. People come and go out of different markets. I'm looking at British Robertson, who's the coordinator for Prosper Africa and the lead, and thinking about two-way trade, right? And this is not your panel, but I just wanted to loop in this thinking, which has evolved, that the two-way trade wasn't initially our focus. We're really looking on Africa exporting more, and then wait a minute, but the U.S. has to benefit to make this trade agenda really continue and thrive. And so I want to come to Jim Kriegbaum, because Jim, you've been sitting, for many years on the U.S. side of trying to get more people to buy from Africa and more U.S. companies to invest in Africa. And Jim, would you give us a few of your insights on some of this? We're talking about market facilitation, trade facilitation, technical barriers to trade. We can get into very general, complicated language, but I know, Jim, that having been through these transactions, what are a few takeaways and examples from your experience over the years in using these trade agreements?
Well, thank you, Vanessa, and thank you for the council for the invitation and the chance to add value to your efforts. The trade it's the challenge, and there's lots of challenges. You all understand the challenges that are out there. The keys to open those challenges are to ensure that you have a product that has a niche, not trying to sell another commodity. You talk about value add. How do you add value to make your product different? How do you find a a product that is not going to compete directly with product that's produced in the United States or imported from Mexico. Blueberries, for example, we talked about blueberries the other day because blueberries are global trade phenomenal because they're booming everywhere. And blueberries are moving from Africa into Canada, but not into the U.S. And the reason that's happening is because the first shipments of product coming in out of Africa to the U.S. on the blueberries didn't meet the standards. They didn't have the sanitation standards and created some real problems once the product got here. And the competition that they're facing is, Mexico has come in to fill that void with the product in the time frame. You look at the citrus, and citrus has a window of opportunity. There's a time frame where the citrus can move into this market. So you got to kind of look at the markets and figure out where is the opportunity as far as a window that's open, as far as a demand that's there, to identify the niche. How do you differentiate your product? We've seen some success in honey, for example. We did a program out of Kenya and Zambia, and it took a long time to get the product into the U.S. market. And it's not something that happens on the time frame of a USAID project a lot of times. In fact, the other day I had a call from a guy who we worked with several years ago, and he says, I'm going to be in Seattle and I want to buy you lunch. It's like, okay. He bought me lunch, and at lunch he says that, we started this program about 7 years ago. He says we're now up to $2 million in sales a year out of Zambia into the U.S. because of the contacts and the relationships that were made. What he did, though, was find a niche. He was able to move an organic honey, truly certified organic. And that's one of the things. There's a lot of product in the African continent that is produced organically by default, but is not certified. And the challenge is, how do you get small stakeholders and small farmers to get their land certified? But what he was able to do was find that niche, capitalize, and stay persistent. One of the things that doesn't happen, we go to trade shows, we do trade events, we do market linkages, and 6 months after we do that, the companies aren't communicating with each other. And what happens is all the product that's being sold in the U.S. is buying it from somewhere. There's another supplier, whether it's a domestic supplier or an international supplier, that's currently meeting that demand. So what has to happen is that current supplier has to make a mistake. There has to be a flaw, there has to be a crop failure, there has to be a price change, there has to be a shipment delay, there has to be a shipping issue where the containers can't get there. When that happens, the companies need to be able to and be in a position to capitalize on that. That doesn't happen the day of a trade show. That happens a year later, that happens 2 years later. So persistency, keeping up that dialogue. One of the things that the people, particularly, and I'm talking primarily on food, people don't understand when you come into the U.S. market, you're not going to sell directly to a Walmart or a Costco or a Kroger. You're going to sell through a broker, through a distributor. And brokers are, they're a dime a dozen, but the one that you find that works with you is worth gold. And that's, you can't do the U.S. market in a lot of products without a broker or a company that's going to handle your imports directly. One of the things that the people need to look at, and I know that the Global Shea Alliance has been successful, some of the companies have been successful, is e-commerce. For hitting the niche markets, hitting the diaspora. If I'm looking for a shea butter product that is produced in Africa, I'm not going to find that at my local store. I'm going to go online to Amazon, I'm going to go online to Walmart, or I'm going to go to some of the other specialty and niche sites to try and find that product. So, and there are companies here that handle e-commerce, that do all your, one of the things on e-commerce, you don't want to be on page 56 of a search engine, you want to be on page 1. And there are companies that we work with that spend their time and their money making sure you get there. So you're there to talk, Vanessa, go ahead.
No, I know we're out of time, and I'm going to get the boot here any minute from our good friends at CCA. But Jim, you've summarized some of the practicalities very well. I just want to come back to Eckhart, and I know you can help me summarize some of the key points. In terms of, the government and the U.S. Congress and for tomorrow's ministerial, some of the key takeaways and bullets that can help this conversation move forward to inspire governments to help ease trade and to let the private sector do the work they have to do.
Well, sometimes the question is often asked, how can we improve utilization of AGOA, or how can we improve AGOA to improve utilization? And I think the focus does not need to be on improving AGOA per se. AGOA is great. It is covering a lot of products, pretty much all of the products that aren't already duty-free into the United States. But we can focus our effort, or effort can be focused on supporting the process of navigating standards, for example, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, protocols. For example, I mean, I know South Africa is a successful citrus, orange exporter to the United States, second largest supplier to the United States, but 85% of the area where oranges are grown in South Africa do not have permission to be exported to the United States. Same with avocado. There are no protocols in place yet. So there are technical barriers to trade that really deserve attention. Exporting is challenging. The AGOA legislation is not going to do away with these standards that the United States maintains, but support to navigate these standards. I think there's a lot of demand for this kind of support, and I know the United States and through development agencies, Prosper Africa, etc., are already supporting that process. But that is certainly something that I would focus on to see a better utilization of AGOA preferences, always keeping in mind that the beneficiaries are on both sides of the Atlantic. For every successful exporter, there's a happy importer on the United States side. So it is really two-way beneficiation, or two-way benefits on this.
He's so eloquent. And we have an amazing panel, and I'm going to ask all of you to show your great faces online, to thank you all so much for your time, your hard work, the energy you put into this. And I hope that out of this conversation, there's a few deals getting ready to be signed, a few more investments that are getting ready to go through, and a lot more motivation on our governments who have to do the really hard work to make it easier for all these businesses to trade and to do business together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done.
Okay, thank you very much once again for Vanessa for a great panel as well. Thank you very much. If Paul and Lilauti, Paul, thank you very much for coming. There we go, perfect timing. And I think we're also going to have Victor online. Paul, if I might ask you to sit at the end. I'm Laird Trieber, a senior advisor at the Corporate Council on Africa, and I'm very, very pleased to welcome you to this next panel. We're just finishing the arrival. Lilauti, welcome. Thank you so much. And I think we have Victor online as well. So this panel is a really, I think, a crucial panel in terms of, we've talked quite a bit this morning about putting AGOA and AFCFTA into a broader context. We've talked quite a bit on the last panel in particular about some specific examples of some of the wins, also some of the potentials, et cetera. And I think with this panel, what we'd like to do is get a little bit more at the how do we get there. And so this is a panel where we're going to focus on trade associations and the role that they play, as well as you heard mentioned earlier, the President's Advisory Commission on Doing Business in Africa. And so in some ways this works out quite well in terms of we have a mix of African associations on one side and then critical members of the PAC-DBIA on the other. So maybe if I could just very briefly to introduce those on the panel. Lilauti Rajmussen-Jusuri is the director from the Mauritius Export Association. We have online, I do believe, Victor Orgalo is the deputy CEO from the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA. We have Paul at the end, Paul Ryberg from the Africa Coalition for Trade. We have Rahama Wright from Yelin, who is, I believe, the chair of the PAC-DBIA. We have Kate Tulenko, Dr. Kate Tulenko from Corvus Health, also a PAC-DBIA member. And we have Brian Dawson, who is head of emerging markets in the International Government Affairs Group for Google. So thank all of you for being with us today. I realize we have, in a possibly short time, to give, I think, our audience some idea of the richness that associations bring to this whole equation. But if I could, I'd like you perhaps to offer us your thoughts as kind of this crucial intermediary between member companies who are interested either on the African side or the American side. They've heard these kinds of presentations, they see the opportunities, they want to get involved, but they need to find those kinds of connections. They need some of that background. They need to hear a little bit about some of that culture that we heard about previously in terms of how do you make a deal. And so associations are a critical piece in fulfilling that role and in promoting opportunities. So based as associations, perhaps if we could start on the African side, would be looking for your thoughts, having worked with AGOA, having worked with companies and exploring opportunities, for your specific, if you have 2 or 3 recommendations for what might be done to improve or enhance AGOA as well. And also, if you might offer just some thoughts, just a minute or two, of where AGOA fits into the broader context. We heard a lot about AFCFTA in the first couple of panels. Lalautu, if we could start with you.
Thank you, Led. Thank you, CCA, for inviting me and sharing my views. Because of time constraint, I will be brief. AGOA for sure has been a huge success in terms of U.S. and Africa trade. I can testify it by far. I've seen AGOA 20 years before and now. There's lots of trade happening in different areas, in different level of products. We've seen it in bringing its contribution to employment. I always say industrialization is something that not create only direct job, but indirect job and feed in families, and the families have the means to educate their kids. That's where AGOA boils down to. So AGOA has been a success. It's time to renew it. And for me, eventually, if you want to have some thoughts about some changes that we can bring to AGOA now that we are all thinking about the renewal of AGOA, is I think we need to bring more certainty to AGOA in terms of the AGOA eligibility period. Every year, each country has to go back again in terms of the AGOA review process, and I think that need to be reviewed. It need to be at least done every 3 years, 2 or 3 years, because it's very important for that country's certainty and predictability. And from a private sector point of view, if investment has to flow in, it's very important that we have certainty. We give that investor certainty. Eventually, I will not abstain myself from coming back on a very important issue, which is graduation. And yesterday, I was in a meeting at Kendra's office, and we talked about it. And something very, one sentence I retain: AGOA being a success cannot punish success. So it's very important that the graduation issue be addressed, because it's not only a Mauritian issue, it can be anybody's issue in the years to come, because we wish that all African countries, the economy grow. So we don't want AGOA to punish success and successful countries. That's on my thought in terms of AGOA. Then I'll come back to your second point so that I allow everybody to come in terms of the ACFTA. I followed ACFTA because as an association, we work with our government in all our trade negotiation, and I followed ACFTA right from the beginning. ACFTA is a wonderful piece of trade agreement uniting the entire African continent. But ACFTA, where it's not yet finalized, the negotiations are not yet finalized. There are certain rules of origin has not yet been finalized, and there are 3 main chapters, and it's automobile, textile, and apparel. There is one more field. Once the ACFTA is finalized, then I think we discuss about the synergy between ACFTA and AGOA. And they both trade packages. Our trade agreement packages have commonalities. They talk about regional integration. They talk about industrialization, and that's wonderful. And I think that once this is done, and I think that we are speeding up in our negotiation to finalize those pending chapters, once this is done, then let's get around the table and start to discuss about it. And I think that will really spur industrialization of the African continent, bringing investment and all the multiplier effect to the African continent. One last point, and that was on what we discussed at Kendra's meeting yesterday, again, in terms of investment, and I keep telling you that, Laird. It's very important that the US investors get to know Africa. Africa, according to the World Bank, is the second continent with a young population. Otherwise, every country is being plagued by aging population. Look at Japan, they are losing population. So it's extremely important that we increase the visibility of African countries to the US investors. And that's all my point.
Lalati, thank you very much. I really appreciate the very particular suggestions. Victor, are you with us online?
Yes, Light, I'm online.
Okay. Please,
yes.
if we could turn the floor over to you, if you have some specific suggestions for AGOA, as well as any thoughts on putting AGOA into a broader context.
And thanks a lot to the previous fellow panelists. Good evening here. It's already dark, and struggling a little bit with my room is not well lit, so if I appear so dark on the screen, please just apologize. I apologize in advance, but I believe maybe you can still hear me. There's a context I want to paint. I know you gave me 3-4 minutes, but there's a context I really want us to paint about the AGOA, just like WTO that started in 1995 here. AGOA is 24 years old today, and things have changed. I bought my first phone in 2000 when AGOA started, and it was not a smartphone. We've moved over the last 24 years to a totally new and different global economic context. The challenges that AGOA wanted to solve in 2000 probably have even been compounded into much more difficult challenges today than they were, or some have been resolved. So part of what we really would want to do as a trade association is to look at the last 24 years. What have been the gains? What were the objectives of AGOA? We tend to nuance a lot around trade preferences, but we are forgetting the other tenets of AGOA, which really never feature in such conversations. So I think that what's next for AGOA would be to look at, can we have all the 4-5 objectives of AGOA and rate how, by having AGOA, we've been able to meet those objectives. So let's keep everything in the picture, and I think, because when I talk about renewal, remember it's been renewed 4 times, but the renewals are always just around preferential trade scheme part of it, other than the rest. We cannot trade in an environment of no peace. We cannot trade in an environment where there is human rights abuse. We cannot trade in an environment where we do not match with the pace of the different changes. Right now, in a digital economy, AI is here. We are exploring Africa Continental Free Trade Area, things that were not there in 2000. So how can we remodel AGOA to match the current and the future imagined global economy, African economy? The trade preference hasn't quite worked well, and we need to know why. Have we been building those capacities that would help Africans to explore AGOA more. If we want to create jobs in Africa through AGOA, how many of U.S. investors are coming to Africa, to Kenya, to Uganda, Tanzania, Nigeria, as a result of AGOA? I think as a trade association, those are kind of statistics that I would really want to have before we can talk about modernizing AGOA. So what are the options that we really, there are only 3 options that we probably could have. And one is a very unimaginative option of, let's just renew AGOA. Let's not bother about how it has worked. Let's just renew it. I mean, that's maintaining the status quo and renewing it, a very unimaginative option. The other one is, let's just do nothing and let AGOA expire. And then the third one is, under the current context, would AGOA of the 2015 be sufficient right now for Africans in 2024, 2025, going into 2030? That's not the same thing that we would want today. So let us look at the new developments that have happened in the 4 phases of renewal of AGOA. What has changed? And for Kenya, that, for instance, as Vision 2030, how could we bring in AGOA in a different fashion that then facilitates export-oriented Kenyan businesses, not internally looking businesses? We are keen on being a competitive African region. Can AGOA be remodeled to work with us on that path of being globally competitive region? My predecessor panelist just talked about the changing demographics. In 2050, every 1 person in 4 will be an African. How do we take advantage of that? The geopolitical changes that have already we can see and we are aware of, the entry of China into Africa and how that could be changing the geopolitical relationships. That was not the case in 2000 when we were signing AGOA, but it's a very important factor to take into account. If you're talking about security, if you're talking about human rights, if you're talking about governance, if you're talking about debt in Africa, are all these relationships burdening Africa the more, or theirs? Africa is not here to be saved. Africa is here to be partnered with. Right. I think the mentality of saving Africa should get out of the equation. But what I'm trying to say is that a lot of things have changed, and as an association, we are keen on what could be at the new AGOA. Let us reimagine U.S. Africa relationship through a different a Gen Z AGOA.
Okay.
A Gen Z AGOA. Yes.
Great.
So, thanks a lot if I overshot my time.
No, Victor, thank you very much. You've given us a lot, I think, to consider. And Paul, I'm so sorry to turn to you with 2 or 3 minutes with, do you have some thoughts on what a new Gen Z accord or approach to AGOA might be? Again, in 2 or 3 minutes.
No. So, our organization, the African Coalition for Trade, is a trade association of trade associations for the most part. We were founded in 1998 to fill an empty seat at the table when AGOA was being created, because the U.S. government was participating, the African governments were participating, the U.S. private sector was participating, but the African private sector was not. And that was mainly because there were very few African companies that were big enough and focused enough on U.S. exports at that time to justify participation. So ACT was created to bring together trade associations in Africa. Most of our members are national level trade associations that are interested in trading with the U.S. under AGOA. And that's been a self-selecting process, so most of our members come from those countries that have succeeded in taking advantage of AGOA, and most of them come from those sectors that have been successful under AGOA, which is mainly textiles and apparel. AGOA has worked very well in creating hundreds of thousands of direct jobs in Africa that otherwise didn't exist, and well over 1 million indirect jobs just in the textile and apparel sector alone. That's the good news. The bad news is those jobs are in jeopardy. And the reason they're in jeopardy is because of the uncertainty over whether AGOA will be renewed. Orders in the textile and apparel sector are typically negotiated more than a year in advance, and new investment typically is planned more than 2 years in advance. Well, we are now 1 year and 3 months away from expiration, and so the orders are drying up. In 2022, we set a new record for the volume of apparel trade under AGOA. In 2023, the level of trade contracted by 21%. In 2024, through June, it's fallen by another 30%. And there's only one reason for that: uncertainty. So the most important thing that we as a group can do is to send the message to Congress that AGOA needs to be renewed now, not next year. Secretary Blinken said next year we need to renew AGOA. Well, he's dead wrong. It has to happen this year or we will lose more than 1 million jobs in Africa. The second message that I want to convey in terms of changes to AGOA, there's some consideration being given, some talk on the Hill, to modifying the third country fabric provision. As I mentioned, the sector that has been most successful under AGOA has been the textile and apparel sector. And the reason it has been successful is because it has the most generous rules of origin of any U.S. trade program, the third country fabric rule. That rule accounts for something like 90% of the apparel imports under AGOA. If the third country fabric rule is not renewed, quite frankly, from the perspective of my members, Congress don't bother renewing AGOA, because AGOA without the third country fabric rule does not work. We want to encourage investment in the upstream in yarn spinning and fabric production. But the way you do that is by growing the downstream. You cannot micromanage it. If there's a customer base to buy the cotton yarn and fabric, then investment will be made in producing the cotton yarn and fabric in Africa, because it makes economic sense in terms of efficiencies to have that production take place in Africa. The other dichotomy that I have to highlight, though, is man-made fiber. Today, man-made fiber garments are the growth sector. They account today for more than half of the apparel being imported under AGOA. But there is zero man-made fiber production in Africa. And the reason for that is it's extremely capital intensive and extremely technologically advanced. It will eventually come, but it will take time. So any effort to scale back on man-made fiber use in Africa will be extremely counterproductive. Thank you.
Paul, thank you very much. Commissioner Muchanga charged us with coming up with some very specific recommendations. I think all three of you have done that. And so, Rahama, as we turn to you, we've heard from, if you will, sort of an African perspective, and the PAC-DBIA has played a really important role in galvanizing U.S. interest in greater African trade and investment, as well as things like AGOA. And so we'd turn to you for your perspectives.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to say thank you to CCA and the Peace Institute for inviting us to be part of this conversation. As Lard said, my name is Rahma Wright. I am the founder and CEO of Yaleen, and what our company does is we work with women-owned cooperatives of plant-based ingredients in West Africa, Ghana, where we ethically source value-added ingredients. We create a line of products that we sell to U.S. retailers, and through our business model, we increase women's income 5 times their country's minimum wage, giving them a living wage for the very first time. In addition to my role there, I also serve on the President's Advisory Council on Doing Business in Africa, where I co-chair the council with Citigroup. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the PAC-DBIA, we are a private sector council made up of 24 members, and we advise the Secretary of Commerce and the President on how to improve trade engagement between the U.S. and Africa. And so today I'm joined by my colleagues, Kate and Breon, and we're going to preview some of the recommendations that we plan to share with the Secretary of Commerce in the coming weeks. So let me start by saying that as a council, we fully support the swift renewal of AGOA. To my colleague over there, swift renewal. We recommend a 20-year reauthorization, similar to my colleague over here, to really maximize the certainty that AGOA brings to the business environment. We believe that with greater certainty, African governments can expand on special economic zones and industrial parks and attract more American investors. And these investors can utilize these sites for exports, integrate African markets into their global value chains in terms of planning, and also secure better financing for their ventures. And within the agriculture sector, where I spend most of my time, we have a couple of recommendations that I want to share. The first one is improving phytosanitary requirements in terms of the support so that folks can have a better understanding of how to navigate and just make it a much easier process. We also want to encourage the growth of agriculture processing ecosystems. We've heard this morning a lot of people talking about value addition, talking about manufacturing, and really incorporating that into the ecosystem when it comes to Africa's ability to strengthen their value chains. And the last thing we recommend is encouraging U.S. processors to source crops from AGOA-eligible countries. And I also just want to lastly talk about how AGOA is really critically important to supporting women and entrepreneurs on the continent. In our business model, by working with the groups that we work with and supporting women, it would be incredibly hard to do that. We're working in some of the most isolated communities with groups of women who typically are underserved and typically do not have a lot of options or opportunities to generate income. And so our jobs would be much harder if we had to bring in African goods and pay high tariffs to do that. And so with that, I will turn to my colleague, Kate, who will talk about utilization. Thank you.
Please, go ahead, Dr. Tulenko.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Kate Tulenko. I'm CEO of Corvus Health, which is a health workforce firm that works to address the global health worker shortage and maldistribution. And on the PAC DBIA, I represent the health sector, the education sector, women-owned businesses, and also small businesses. And the small and women-owned businesses are often the businesses that are least able to take advantage of AGOA. And in order to increase their utilization of AGOA, we recommend 4 actions. These actions are outreach to underutilizing countries, sectors, and firms, development of national plans, plans at the national sector and individual firm level, funding and technical support to underutilizing governments and firms, and also streamlining the AGOA regulations to make it easier for small businesses to access AGOA and take advantage of it. We really need to help the countries develop these plans. The evidence shows that countries like Zambia and Togo, which have done a consultative process with the private sector and created and publicized plans, are the most highest users of AGOA. So we really want them to encourage that, and also to encourage the countries to include in the discussions companies that actually have foreign investment, including, of course, U.S. investment. We also would like Congress to better support the USA investment and trade hubs. These hubs can really increase their efforts on trade facilitation activities. We know that already these hubs have been very impactful, and I should note these hubs are funded differently and not straight through AGOA. But for example, the East Africa Trade and Investment Hub has increased exports by 600 million, and increased new investment by 171 million. So we do see impact with these hubs that work directly with small firms to help them export to the U.S. And also part of the technical assistance that's needed is to help countries develop regulatory frameworks to ease the entry of African products into the U.S. Many of the speakers have addressed this, how it can be very complex, especially with agricultural products, to get them into the U.S. And so countries actually need processes to certify things as organic or to, to ensure that food is safe. But lastly, I want to say that we need a more robust campaign within the U.S. to make U.S. businesses aware of these opportunities to either invest in the AGOA-eligible countries or to trade with companies that are coming out of these countries. And my last point, as someone in a service sector, is one thing we would love to see. We know it's not possible in this version of AGOA, but maybe in a future version, to have services included in AGOA as well, particularly educational services. Thank you.
Dr. Tulenko, thank you very much. Brian, if you could maybe wrap us up with your 2 or 3 minutes.
Fantastic. And I'll pick up right where Kate left off. First, I want to thank our host at the Corporate Council on Africa and USIP for putting on the Private Sector Forum. It's an honor to be here. My name is Breanne Dawson. I am at Google in the emerging markets role, where I cover Africa as part of a global portfolio. And I thought that what I would do is first just provide a little bit of context for the remarks that I'm about to deliver on the digital sector. We're so proud to be members of the PAC-DBIA, where we have been considering as the council recommendations that will help to modernize AGOA in the digital sector and services in particular, which Kate just mentioned. But also, I wanted to put this in the context of the opportunity that we see for digital transformation across the African continent, drawing from our perspective, investing on the continent for over 2 decades, almost since our inception as a company. So just to put that a finer frame on that, Google has been investing in digital infrastructure, also in human capital and skilling, and finally also in enabling the regulatory environment to seed the market for deeper digital transformation. In the area of infrastructure, I'll just put a fine point on the investments we've been making in subsea cables. Our Equiano cable, which connects West Africa to the continent of Europe, and the work that we are doing on the Umoja cable, which we recently announced, that connects East Africa to Australia for the first time, enables digital connectivity for a continent that's been historically plagued by fragility in internet connectivity. This type of connectivity can not only uplift the quality of life for Africans that depend on digital connectivity, but also has the potential to expand access to services for retailers and for others that are already benefiting from the extensive benefits that AGOA offers. We made a $1 billion investment commitment, and we're deepening our commitment across each of these areas, and honored to be partnering with so many in the room, including our colleagues over at KEPSA that have been helping us with digital skilling and other areas where we're deeply invested. Let me specifically now turn to the recommendations layer that you posed around the Council's recommendations on digital services. While AGOA currently focuses on goods trade, the PAC-DBIA has been considering how to modernize AGOA and expand the benefits of it to include ICT and digital services. This is one of the most exciting areas of growth, and it certainly wasn't considered when AGOA was first enacted. 1 in 5 people on Earth, as has already been mentioned, will be African, and by 2050, more than 1/3 of the world's working population will be in Africa. But just to also speak to the number of African internet users, that's projected to grow from 300 to 800 million. And not only are those users median age 20, they are also mobile first. And so the mobile economy directly supported 1.4 million jobs and has already contributed $170 billion. That's about 8% of GDP. And we anticipate, by some estimates, that that's projected to grow by 2030 to roughly 210 billion. So that has a huge opportunity for African markets to tap into those economic benefits by modernizing AGOA with digital services. It has also, with digital acceleration, helped stitch African nations into the global communications architecture and created democratized access to information, inclusive connectivity, and a diverse array of economic potentialities. And also I should mention that with the groundbreaking regulatory frameworks that we already see underway, including the Digital Trade Protocol of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, the artificial intelligence strategy of the African Union, and the AU Startup Policy Framework. African leaders are already putting digital transformation at the forefront of their agenda. And so also with the support that we see from the U.S. government and the Digital Transformation with Africa initiative, there's also quite a lot of opportunity to capture value here. Let me quickly and finalize here on the ICT recommendations. As I said, we are looking at the three specific areas that I'll touch on quickly. First, sorry. As I mentioned, we're already focusing on the service sector and looking at ways to incorporate that. Sorry.
Or maybe just sum up.
Yeah, I will just say that we see potential for small and medium businesses. We focus on goods trade. Africa's fast-growing population obviously has an opportunity here. Yeah, I'll come back to a couple of other recommendations.
Okay. Well, I think, thank all of you very much for those contributions. I think, again, the whole point of this panel was just to underscore how active associations are, I think, both in Africa as well as here in the United States, in terms of really thinking through not just where we are today, what needs to be done today to really get a lot more trade and investment happening, but also kind of the longer term. I think maybe just to offer a very quick summary, I heard a really strong emphasis on the importance of predictability and also sustainability. I think the point is companies need to know what's happening, and so Paul, I'm completely taking your point that renewing AGOA in 2024 is a great way to give companies a lot of the kind of clear signal that they need, and particularly if it's for a longer time. I think I heard 20 years recommended, et cetera. I think also really clear to be aware of the impact not just on trade but on investment, that this trade does lead to investment in both directions, and to be aware basically in looking at AGOA provisions not to do anything to disrupt existing investment, and in fact to go quite the other way, to look for ways to build on current investment, because there seems to be a lot of room, a lot of headroom. And I think I heard, even if you will, sort of beyond AGOA or in future stages of whatever that relationship looks like, including things like capturing services, et cetera. So again, please join me in thanking our panelists, both online with Victor and on the stage. I think it's been a very robust discussion, and we very much appreciate your attention.
Sit there, I'll sit here. Well, there's going to be just three of us, right? Oh, dear. She's here.
Thank you. I know we are a bit running out of time, and we don't want to be the obstacle between you and your little bite. So I will invite all of you to take a seat, and then we'll go through this important panel. I'm Joseph Sani. I'm the head of the Africa Center here at USIP, the U.S. Institute of Peace. So I will invite all of you to take your seat, and then we are about to start. this panel beyond AGOA. So in the course of these 30 minutes, we will explore some of the issues and the factors that may go beyond AGOA but impact, nevertheless, its success in promoting economic growth, economic development, and prosperity on the continent. As one of the vice presidents at U.S. Institute of Peace, let me just remind you that the U.S. Institute of Peace was created by Congress in 1984. Our mission is to prevent and resolve conflict. And one may ask, why co-host with our partner CCA, the AGOA Private Sector Forum? We all know through studies that economic growth, shared prosperity go hand in hand with peace and stability. So it is very important as we, USIP, look at issues of conflict, peace and security, to take a deeper look into dynamics of economic growth and prosperity. And that's exactly what AGOA does. AGOA promises trade, investment, jobs to Africa. And it's a great honor then to be moderating this panel. And we have a great panel, a great set of panelists. I will start with Dr. Zainab Usman. Dr. Zainab Usman is the Director of Africa Program at the Carnegie Endowment for Peace, for International Peace. And before joining the Carnegie, Dr. Zainab was a public sector specialist at the World Bank. Thank you for joining us. We also have Mr. Tony Carroll, who is also a senior fellow, non-resident fellow at the Carnegie, but also a director at Access Fund, which is an equity fund promoting businesses in Africa, but is also one of the drivers of AGOA, almost a quarter century ago. Thank you for joining us. And Tom Shee is a distinguished fellow at the Africa Center at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Tom Shee just co-directed the USIP Senior Study Group on critical minerals. Prior to joining USIP, Tom Shee was a senior staffer in Congress and was one of the architects driving the AGOA Act. So, Tom Shee, thank you for joining us today. With that, I will ask our panelists to provide us with a very brief opening statement, opening remarks, 2-3 minute max, and then after that we'll dive into questions. Let me start with Dr. Zainab, please.
Great. Thank you very much for having me here, Dr. Sani. Good morning, everyone. Great delight to be in your midst today for this private sector forum. Thank you very much to the Corporate Council for Africa for organizing this discussion. I want to start with something very boring and technical, but I think it's very important, which is the challenge of industrialization and structural economic transformation in Africa. That is the key development challenge for the African continent. It is the key to having the African continent achieve sustained growth, sustained development, and improved human and social well-being. Therefore, any discussion on trade between the US and Africa in particular, whether through the mechanism of AGOA or beyond AGOA, as this panel is entitled, should advance this objective of achieving industrialization and structural transformation in Africa. But it should also advance US objectives of, a variety of objectives here, of having a good relationship with Africa, but perhaps also strategic objectives of having a partner in Africa in a changing geopolitical environment. So let me break that down with a number of key points, maybe 2 or 3 points. Just let's revisit why industrialization is important for the continent. We know that this is a continent that has the world's youngest and fastest growing population, estimated to reach, 2.5 billion people or so by 2050. And right now, it is a continent that in aggregate is producing 11 to 14 or 15 million people in the labor market every single year. These are particularly young people who need good and productive jobs. Most of those good and productive jobs are just not forthcoming because most people end up in low-wage, low-skilled, informal work across the African continent. Therefore, achieving industrialization by increasing productivity in different sectors, the manufacturing sector in particular, but also services industries is absolutely critical. This is also an objective that is very much recognized by the African Union in the African Union's Agenda 2063, as well as the development documents and strategies of various national governments. A second point I want to make is then to think about why the trade between U.S. and Africa is absolutely important to this objective of industrialization and structural transformation. A productive trade relationship that benefits Africa, but that also benefits the U.S., should not only be underpinned by a tariff reduction, which basically is what AGOA, in many respects, was envisioned to do in the early 2000s, or the Trade and Development Act of, I think, the year 2000. The objective then, and if you read the text of the bill, was really to try to integrate African economies into the global economy, right, through trade integration, tariff reduction. But we've now come to realize that you actually need more than that. You need investments in sectors in African countries where goods and services can be produced for export. So this is something. And then thirdly, and I'm just going to conclude on this point, is that we also have to, something that I feel like we don't often do, but I think we have to put it front and center, that this productive trade relationship with Africa is also in the interest of the U.S. We have to talk about alignment of interests. We often don't do that, but maybe because when the Trade and Development Act was envisioned in the early 2000s, it was more with respect to helping Africa integrate into the global economy. I think the conversation needs to be slightly different, that it is in the interest of the U.S. to have a productive trade relationship with Africa, for Africa to industrialize and to be able to have a relationship that goes beyond aid and charity. So I'm going to stop there.
Thank you so much for bringing those dimensions, because I think we have been focusing too much on the operational aspect of the act itself. The fact that you are bringing it, the strategic partnerships around the act itself is important, the relationships and the industrial base, which I will come back to it later, but thank you for sharing those points. Tony.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to add my thanks to the U.S. Institute of Peace, to the Corporate Council in Africa for providing this terrific venue. I think the only person in the room that's been to more AGOA forums than myself is Jas Betty. I've been to 20 of 21. He's been to all of them. And the reason I can go to the one in Togo is because I had my hip replaced during that time. The thought of flying on a plane with a hip replacement didn't sound all that good. I mean, I think we do tend to be a bit hyper-focused on AGOA, but much of the investment into Africa and much of the trade with Africa is not AGOA related. So what I'm going to talk a little bit now are what are the sort of enabling environment challenges or opportunities that I think constrain or incentivize investment. And while I probably put my lens on as an investor myself, I think this is generic to investors, whether it be Canadian, Australian, or European, and I think they view these factors similarly. Firstly, many of the investments that are going to be enabled to achieve the industrialization vision that Zainab just articulated are often very long-term investments. So if you take a look at a mine, a sector that I worked in extensively, The average length of a time from a discovery to an actual full production of a mine is somewhere around 15 years. If I'm an investor making a long-term investment of that nature, where I'm not going to see the benefits of my investment for many years down the road, what's going to inspire me or incentivize me is predictability. And predictability, to me, at the fore of predictability, is what is the legal and policy environment that I'm going to feel comfortable with to making such a long-term investment. In 5 or 7 years, am I going to have to worry about an expropriation or a change of law or some competitor coming in and cutting my knees out from under me in my investment? So that's one thing that I think investors are going to look at, is predictability of the legal and regulatory or policy environment. The second thing that as an investor is going to be looking for, one of the constraints that we found after the passage of AGOA, and as Tom knows, I've been involved with AGOA since actually 1997 with Congressman Jim McDermott when he pitched this vision of integrating Africa into the global trading environment. One of the real constraints that we found in the supply response to Africa, and Florie was at USTR when we undertook some of these studies, is the smallness of market. That individual 54 markets are themselves, with some exceptions, Nigeria, the Congo, and South Africa for sure, but many of these small markets are just too small for the U.S. to come in to look at investing and expanding their business presence in Africa. Yesterday I was in a meeting with the South African Minister of Trade, and in that meeting was Pioneer Foods, which is a subsidiary of PepsiCo. Pioneer Foods has invested in a very large investment into South Africa in the food area. And what's going to motivate their investment and really achieve their objectives is the ability of being able to sell those goods across borders. So Africa has to accelerate its own internal regulatory trade facilitation environment to really give the incentive for investors to look beyond an individual market and really incentivize them like Pioneer Foods, which will come in and raise the standards of food production in South Africa, the packaging, processing. I think it's a huge investment that many people don't probably fully appreciate. And then the last thing is the presence of institutional strengths. That is the banks, the financial services industries. Those are the professional services that are going to help me understand and facilitate my investment, whether they be large banks like Standard Bank or maybe the presence of engineering services like SRK. These are global standards and brands that we know and can rely upon as giving us good independent advice and facilitation to trade, facilitation and financing that we're going to need, or ABSA Bank or others along the way. So those are the three things that I look at: predictability of legal and regulatory environment, the ability of Africa to grow its markets from beyond at just a pure national level, and the presence, if you would, of facilitating institutional structures such as professional services and financial services.
Thank you, Tony. Tom?
Thanks, Ani. And I just want to underscore one thing that Zainab said about the importance of thinking of AGOA in the U.S. national interest. And I think we can all agree not to act would really be quite a setback for the U.S.-Africa commercial relationship. It would be bad for African economies. It would be bad for our economy. We certainly couldn't advance economic partnerships if we withdraw the kind of benefits that AGOA offers. It wouldn't be good for diversifying our supply chain. And thinking back to Florie's comments, stressing the urgency of moving ahead on AGOA, I couldn't agree more. And we shouldn't lose sight in talking about improving AGOA of the fact that this is a very powerful tool. It essentially guarantees African economies preferential trade access to the world's largest and most dynamic economy in the world. And that is a solid foundation for an economic relationship. That is what AGOA is. Again, there can be additions, there can be improvements, but let's, again, not lose sight of the fact of what we have. Now, having said that, I think there's a lot that can be done to make AGOA more effective. I think we all agree, and those who are involved in creating AGOA in various capacities 25 years ago, it probably hasn't lived up to expectations. That's not to say it's not, it hasn't accomplished a lot in many countries, and it's not very important. But there are things we can do to help U.S. companies, because frankly, U.S. companies need support and encouragement to invest in Africa. And so when I was on the Hill and we first passed AGOA, there was discussion about we need more foreign commercial service officers. and we had a paucity back then. I don't think we've really increased that number by much at all. We need a more functioning or more efficient development finance corporation, an XM bank. Anyone who's ever traveled in Africa, discuss business, what we hear is China gets things done. They move quickly with financing. That's not to say that DFC, we have a different model, but I don't think anyone can disagree that these institutions need to be more efficient. We need more aggressive commercial diplomacy by our U.S. ambassadors. And we need a presence on the ground. We recently released here at USIP a major report on critical minerals in Africa, and Tony served on that board. And one of the things we flagged is we're building the Libido Corridor. We're interested in critical minerals in Africa. We don't have a consulate in Lubumbashi. We have a diplomatic presence in Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, the Copper Belt. That's a world away. We used to have one, but with the end of the Cold War and right around the time, well, a little before AGOA, we decided to dramatically retrench from Africa, both diplomatically and commercially. If we want to be serious about taking AGOA and making the most of it, we need other aspects of our commercial diplomacy, which I mentioned.
Thank you, Tom, for raising the importance of, it takes two to tango. So as much as we are asking African countries to open their markets, to build the institutional framework, there's a lot that needs to be done from Washington as well. So thank you for bringing that up. I will come back to Zainab because we mentioned industrialization, the industrial base, but that takes some financing. So what's your assessment of the financing landscape today in Africa?
Before I get to the financing landscape, I think I want to pick up on a point that has been alluded to, that at the end of the day, if we want to see a very productive and constructive trade relationship between the U.S. and Africa, the alignment of interests is very crucial. But also, we maybe want to go back to certain basics, which relate to, I would say, the principle of comparative advantage, right? Principle of comparative advantage here, at a very basic level, you trade based on what you have, right? And a lot of African countries are very much and very well endowed with minerals and metals essential to the clean energy transition. And I think this particular area, or this particular endowment and this particular sector could be the basis of a revitalized trade relationship between the U.S. and Africa. The U.S., as we know, is trying to diversify the supplies of these minerals and metals that are essential to the clean energy industries being built here domestically, trying to diversify the supplies away from competitors, whether it's China or elsewhere. But African countries have these minerals in abundance, and we know that the demand for these minerals is going to increase significantly, over 40-fold for lithium, over 25-fold for graphite and nickel and cobalt. These are all very much present on the African continent. Therefore, what is needed to fuse these interests together, but also this notion of comparative advantage to kind of tie it together, and this is perhaps where the financing comes in, that when we think about a revitalized trade relationship between the U.S. and Africa, even with respect to these minerals and metals, it should not be a trade relationship that emulates some of the destructive practices of the past, and maybe still the present, in which a lot of African countries are exporting unprocessed minerals and metals around the world, to Europe, to China, to Japan and elsewhere, but that investments are made in refining, value addition and processing that could help African countries industrialize, but then that could help meet U.S. strategic objectives of importing refined minerals and metals that will not be refined and processed domestically, actually, for a variety of reasons, going back to comparative advantage, going back to the skills composition of the labor force in this country. I don't think people want to be refining and processing lithium and cobalt and these things. These are lower segments of the value chain that can be located whether in Zambia or DRC or Nigeria or Tanzania. So the question of financing, I think, boils down to also identifying specific sectors in which African countries have endowments, they have an interest in achieving value addition, but that could also help advance U.S. strategic interests of diversifying the supplies of these minerals.
Thanks. I know Tom as director of the USIP Critical Mineral Report. I'm sure you have a thing or two to add on what I've just said.
Yeah, no, sure. We defined it as mutually beneficial partnerships with Africans to develop the critical minerals. It's obviously in the U.S. interest to see these minerals mined and processed in Africa. We have the energy transition. We also have needs for our defense industrial base in terms of accessing the minerals. And I think here we're at the U.S. Institute of Peace. We have to be very realistic, as you've said, Zainab, that the development and exploitation of natural resources in Africa doesn't have a good history. This is not going to be easy to do in a way that doesn't. Mining is a challenging industry. We have environmental, we have labor issues, we have corruption issues. All these things have to be challenged if the development of natural resources is going to work to Africans' benefits, and if we want to have those kind of partnerships that we need. And so I would stress again the tools that I mentioned earlier that show U.S. engagement that are going to help. We don't have many U.S. mining companies in Africa. They need help, they need security, they need assurances, we need DFC, we need XM, we need aggressive commercial diplomacy, someone to go to bat for them when they have problems with local governments. And so I think it's an exciting time, there's great opportunities, but also this has to be, we have to move ahead on all fronts in terms of bringing the full force of what the U.S. government can offer if we're going to encourage U.S. mining and processing activities.
Thanks. Tony, as mentioned, you have been on the front lines of trade promotion in Africa. Objectively, does that work? Trade promotion programs?
Look, I think we lose sight of the fact that this is a trade and development bill, that we focus on tariff issues, which are, of course, important, trade facilitation issues, but I don't think we've spent enough time on focusing on the development aspects of this bill. Earlier, it was cited the trade hubs. The trade hubs, I think, did a number of very good things. Firstly, they modestly improved the trade relationship between Africa and the United States. But what I don't think gets measured enough is the impact of the trade hubs on facilitating trade within Africa. I think there is a lot of things that the trade hubs facilitated, such as the establishment of standards, such as the removal of border barriers, documentation of trade. This is stuff that I think the trade hubs really got into the weeds on and really helped facilitate trade, again, not just between the United States and Africa, but within Africa. And let me cite what I think is an often misunderstood or forgotten statistic. Africa's trade outside of Africa is still largely, unfortunately, a very minimally beneficiated story of raw products being sent out of Africa. Africa's intra-Africa trade is industrial goods. That is really where Africa is going to see much more value addition, much more deeper industrialization, if it can continue to focus on expanding its openness in its borders to facilitate the type of investment that's going to be really much more industrial in nature. And then I think you're going to find investors, whether they be from the United States, Australia, US, or even Asia, that are going to come in and take a part of that story. So the trade promotion, I think, is facilitated by opening up African borders, and I think that we shouldn't lose sight of the impact that trade facilitation through the trade hubs has done to complete that story of not only enhancing our trade relationship with Africa, but also enhancing Africa's ability to trade among themselves.
Thank you. So I will build on that idea and then bring in the African Continental Free Trade Area. Zainab, do you do you see the connection between the trade area and AGOA? How can both programs be optimized in a way that is mutually beneficial?
Okay. I think one kind of connection that I see probably isn't the most obvious one, but I think it's a very important one, is around trade facilitation, enabling or kind of, streamlining, harmonizing, simplifying, modernizing processes around trade, whether imports or exports. I think that would be an important connection, and let me explain what I mean here. At a sub-regional and at a continental level, it is still very difficult for entities to transact with one another, to process payments across borders, to settle trade, to do other kinds of transactions. And as we've heard from the previous panel, the African Continental Free Trade Area, one of the key initiatives that it has rolled out, I think via Afreximbank, is the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, which is meant to enhance cross-border payments and transactions by increasing the convertibility of African currencies. This important initiative, I would say, needs to be supported because it's not just in the interest of Africa. I think ultimately it will benefit the AGOA framework of the trade relationship between the U.S. And African countries for all of the reasons that we know, right? That if you have a very small economy and it makes sense to kind of locate certain kinds of production in a neighboring country, then ensuring that you have the systems of payments to allow those activities happen at a sub-regional level would be absolutely important to enable them produce at scale and in a competitive manner to be able to export to the U.S., right? So I think overall, kind of stepping away from the weeds here, trade facilitation is going to be absolutely crucial. And I think it's an area where a lot of support can be provided by the U.S. on that front, whether it's at a national level, working closely with the trade and business associations in a lot of African countries. They know what their key challenges are around trade facilitation at a national level. And then at a sub-regional and then continent-wide level, working closely with entities like Afreximbank. I think they're rolling out a lot of initiatives around trade facilitation will be absolutely important. So that is one important link that I see between the two.
Thanks. We are at the U.S. Institute of Peace. I will be remiss if I don't ask a question related to peace and security. So Tom, you are fellow, distinguished fellow at the Institute here. So what recommendation or advice will you give to the United States and African countries on how to optimize AGOA as a driver of peace and security on the continent?
No, thank you, Sani. And I would underscore what Tony said. We need to think about AGOA as a development bill. It's a trade bill, but it also has profound development implications in terms of African employment. And the roots of conflict in Africa are complex. There are many factors go into driving conflict, but clearly one is economic disgruntlement, high unemployment. We see jihadist groups, they recruit from youth who don't have jobs. It just makes it very easy for conflict to spread. And so we cannot wait. We should pass AGOA and appreciate that, yes, it's good for good for the U.S. economy, it's good for African economy, but it's also very good for peace and stability and building social harmony in Africa.
I know we can carry on giving your expertise, but unfortunately time is not on our side. I will just quickly capture some of the key points we've learned here. There is an urgent need to boost Africa's industrial base to spur economic growth and development. I think it is also important to put AGOA in the context of the U.S. Africa geostrategic partnership. AGOA is not only a trade program, it's a development program as well. And that will require new mechanisms and instruments that recognize that dimension of development. It is important to enhance the legal environment for trade and market integrations to attract foreign investment. That's something you insisted on, Tony. And it's also important to strengthen U.S. commercial diplomacy. And through instruments like DFC, MCC, and beefing up our embassies, and maybe add more consulates to make sure that we have a much more robust diplomatic coverage in the continent. Therefore, I think if we do those things beyond AGOA, we hope that AGOA will help promote not only economic development, shared prosperity, but also peace and stability on the continent. And thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and then thank you for the audience online and in person for staying with us. We don't want to be an obstacle to your little bites, so with that, I will ask you to join us to congratulate our panelists, please. So we still have 5 minutes. The little bites will be served here on this floor and upstairs, correct? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're so pleased that you're here. We're sorry that the lunch break was shortened a bit, but we do need you all to come back in and take your seats. Hi, how are you doing?
Formerly of USDR.
Yes, how have you been? Yes, how have you been?
Good.
Thank you. If I can get those of you who are still in the back to come in and perhaps finish your lemonade or coffee inside, that would be great. Folks upstairs, can we get you to come downstairs and join us? Great. So, first of all, welcome back, everyone. Thank you again for participating in the 2024 AGOA Private Sector Forum. Corporate Council on Africa is always delighted to put this together and to have the opportunity to have a focus and a spotlight on the issue of U.S. Africa trade and investment and how AGOA is an important and critical part of that. So I am here and privileged at this point to introduce Deputy Secretary Don Graves from the Department of Commerce. Let me just say that Commerce has been an incredible supporter over the years of the AGOA Private Sector Forum. We've worked closely with their teams there. And it is so fortunate to have leadership from Department of Commerce. And I was thinking back to last year when Deputy Secretary Don Graves and I were in Johannesburg on a panel together talking about the importance of AGOA. And so it is really a privilege for us, all of us, to have the Deputy Secretary here again to talk to the private sector. And so with that, let me just say, Deputy Secretary, we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Well, thank you so much, Florie. It is always good to be with you in your presence. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the Corporate Council's very effective advocacy. The partnership between the Department of Commerce and the Council, I think, is very, very healthy, and that's a good thing for all of us. Thank you for your leadership on this event. I also want to thank the U.S. Institute for Peace for their collaboration with the Council and with us at Commerce for making today possible. I want to thank Dr. Joseph Sanhi, and of course, I want to thank the President Moon for his leadership coming back into this office to lead this wonderful organization, this institution. Good afternoon, everyone. I am absolutely honored and thrilled to be here with you today. I also want to thank the Department of State and, of course, Secretary for his leadership, and for the state for hosting our African trade delegations this week. I also want to thank Ambassador Tai, who I think was with you also earlier, for her leadership during this period of, I think, very thoughtful deliberation on the future of AGOA. Today, we're celebrating and reaffirming the strong and enduring economic relationship between the United States and Sub-Saharan Africa. The U.S. strategy towards Sub-Saharan Africa is, I think, emblematic of the priority that we place on our shared prosperity. It's what we do together, not each on our own, but as a common people, focusing on what we can achieve together. AGOA is absolutely foundational to that vision of being able to do it together. Since its inception, AGOA has been absolutely instrumental in creating jobs, enhancing skills, fostering innovation, driving investment, all while doing the important things behind the scenes, reducing bureaucracy, eliminating and reducing corruption, improving human rights, advancing labor rights. And AGOA stands as a bulwark of sustainable and inclusive economic growth through trade, encouraging the rule of law and market-based reforms so that our African partners can unleash the full economic potential alongside and in partnership with the United States to be innovative, dynamic, competitive global economic players. As Florie mentioned, when we gathered in Joburg last November, it's hard to believe it's already been that long, for the AGOA Forum, we set pretty ambitious goals to enhance our commercial ties and to foster economic growth. So I want to take a step back and review the substantial progress that we've made in several key areas, and then go to where I think we will be going over the coming months and years. First, we've seen a pretty marked increase in trade and investment between the United States and African nations. U.S. companies have committed to rather significant investments in sectors such as technology, infrastructure, and renewable energy. For instance, the $160 million investment by Equinix in a new data center that I had the chance to visit in Johannesburg, for example, it's a testament to the growing confidence in Africa's digital transformation. Additionally, we just opened a new foreign commercial office in Côte d'Ivoire, and we're going to open another office in Zambia next month. We're utilizing, as many of you know, a commerce-wide approach to engaging our African partners. Second, we've set our eyes on financing critical infrastructure projects that make doing business much easier. The Libido Corridor project is a prime example of our commitment to improving regional infrastructure, which is absolutely vital for economic growth and integration. Third, we've made historic investments in climate resilience and promoting women's economic empowerment. These initiatives aren't just essential for sustainable development, but also for ensuring that the benefits of economic growth are felt by everyone. Fourth, we remain a crucial investor in food security and public health throughout the continent. Our efforts have helped improve access to nutritious food and to health care, which are fundamental to the well-being of communities across the African continent. And finally, we're engaging directly with our partners and our allies across the world. As some of you know, Secretary Raimondo traveled to Nairobi, Kenya in April, leading a private sector delegation from the President's Advisory Council on Doing Business in Africa, or PAC-DBIA, to reaffirm the U.S.-Kenya bilateral commercial and investment relationship. What's more, in May of this year, during President Ruto of Kenya's state visit, Secretary Raimondo also signed a memorandum of understanding with her counterpart, establishing a U.S.-Kenya commercial and investment partnership, deepening, again, our commercial and investment ties in key priority sectors like infrastructure, agriculture, and the digital economy. Those are just some of the examples of what we're doing. With all of those accomplishments, though, comes the commitment to do even more, and that's really what we're here to talk about. As we look to the future, we need to continue to expand trade and investment much further than before, supporting the development of critical infrastructure that will provide a solid foundation for growth and innovation, promoting a sustainable and inclusive future across the continent, and further strengthening our robust partnership with our African allies to ensure all our voices are joined together in the pursuit of global prosperity. And at Commerce, many of you know this, I am a huge proponent of this strategy. We're continuing to develop and implement the first ever Whole of Commerce Africa strategy. It's a little bit sad that it took so long, but I am very proud that we have this Whole of Commerce Africa strategy, focusing not just on traditional trade and partnerships, but also seeking an innovative, holistic approach to our engagement on the continent. At our Patent and Trademark Office, we're partnering with many African countries, most recently Namibia, to strengthen and expand the global patent protection network. At our Minority Business Development Agency, we're growing commercial partnerships between minority business enterprises across the diaspora in this country with entrepreneurs with businesses across the continent. Our Office of Space Commerce, many people would say, space commerce, what does that have to do with Africa? It has everything to do with Africa. Our Office of Space Commerce held a New Space Africa conference earlier this year in Luanda, where we met with Angola Space Agency and along with the Minister of Telecommunications, and agreed to foster additional engagement from U.S. tech companies in the aerospace sector and U.S. agencies like Commerce and NASA. Our National Telecommunications and Information Administration has been working to empower and develop the next generation of telecommunications and ICT workers and leaders across the continent. Working with the U.S. Telecommunications Training Institute, we held 2 programs, one in December here in Washington and another in June in Kigali, to provide training, networking, and mentoring opportunities for young African tech leaders and entrepreneurs. That program was so successful and so oversubscribed that we're funding a second round of support and empowering and developing the next generation of women tech leaders and entrepreneurs across the continent, with programs here in D.C., as well as one following on in Silicon Valley. Again, bringing these tech entrepreneurs directly to the tech entrepreneurs across the continent, to the tech leaders across this country, and vice versa. Let me make one thing clear, though. President Biden and Vice President Harris fully support the reauthorization of AGOA. But the goal of reauthorization is about more than just extending its implementation. That's not enough. It's not enough just to add a few more years onto it. It's about expanding its impact. We've not done nearly enough to take advantage of AGOA as it stands. So, through ongoing dialogue with our African partners, the U.S. is committed to bringing the full potential of AGOA to bear, using its bipartisan support to drive that development. We'll continue listening carefully to the insights from our private sector stakeholders, and I thank our private sector for being a part of this forum, for whom AGOA is a matter of business. This is not some thing that we talk about, oh, it's great to do. This is about doing business. This is about strengthening our economies for each other and together. You know, last October, we asked the PAC-DBIA to develop recommendations on how to modernize and strengthen AGOA. Since then, the members have been hard at work developing those recommendations, and there are also, many of them are attending this week's AGOA Forum to help finalize those recommendations. We look forward to receiving the recommendations in the next few weeks and using them, we listen very carefully, as a launch pad for critical reauthorization dialogues with lawmakers and stakeholders. So as we move towards reauthorization, this is not a try, this is an expectation. As we move towards reauthorization, let's remember this. The progress that we've made together thus far is remarkable, and by working together, we can achieve even more. So let us continue to strengthen our bonds, to innovate, to drive forward a vision of a thriving, resilient, and empowered African continent and United States partners for the long run. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great rest of the forum.
We will now begin our next panel.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can I ask the panelists to come forward for our next panel on recommendations for the future of U.S. Africa trade and investment? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I see it.
Hey, I see it. Okay, I think we should get rolling, and it's just terrific to be here. First, let me give many thanks to Corporate Council on Africa for bringing us together, for the U.S. Institute of Peace for hosting us. And I look forward to the discussion, building on the previous discussions that we've had this morning. So let me just get into it. Our panelists are David Olaf, who is an international trade enthusiast and trade policy advisor at Sandler, Travis & Rosenberg. David Kofi, who is CEO, sorry, is David supposed to be online here? I don't know if that's going to happen. Chris LeGrand, sorry, CEO of Broadreach Group, in-depth understanding, has an in-depth understanding of both the public sector and commercial health markets, and Drew Quinn, Director of International Trade Engagement and Strategy and Policy at GE Healthcare. So, David, let me start with you. You work a lot on the Hill. You've got your ear to the ground on many issues, but I assume AGOA renewal. What are you hearing?
Well, thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to be here as well. We've been working on AGOA for many years, perhaps not the 30 years that some of you have, but certainly over a decade working on AGOA issues and working with our clients also who are trying to look for opportunities and ways to partner throughout the world and source from throughout the world. I think it's important to understand the context that we are in this year's AGOA renewal process and how that applies to private sector investment and trade. Last reauthorization in 2015, the context was very different. Today we are in a context where a lot of the discussion in Congress is about China, and trade with China encapsulates the overall trade conversations in Washington, D.C., and the overall framework of policies for trade and investment. So that presents an opportunity. It presents an opportunity for supply chains that depend directly or indirectly to China, that are connected to China, to look for sourcing opportunities. And Africa has become, once again, very attractive to investors in many supply chains, from apparel to healthcare, from many others as well. So there are companies that are looking and are hungry for the programs that would allow them to trade and invest and look for long-term solutions. And with that, I want to also kind of emphasize, not to be, it is not a criticism, but it's just another perspective from the Undersecretary remarks. I do think that the long-term stability of AGOA is crucial. If we are looking, as companies are looking for new sourcing opportunities outside of China, they need to know that the program and the framework of trade and investment is going to remain for a long time. At least, we're very grateful for Senator Coons. I know his staff was here just not long ago, who offered a 16-year renewal. And I think it's very important that we talk about that, because that sets up the rest, or at least for many industries, it sets up the framework. For how long, if I invest not just a couple $1 million, but hundreds of $millions of dollars in energy or infrastructure, am I able to get that return on investment if my program depends on AGOA framework? So that's crucial for many companies. At the same time, we are in an environment of enforcement. So China, it's an opportunity to attract, but we're also in an environment of enforcement in Washington, D.C. No matter what, nobody who becomes president, no matter who controls Congress. And with that also comes concerns also of protectionism in the United States that could affect international trade. There's a band called Toto who has a very famous song called Africa, but that's not the song that comes to mind. The song that comes to mind is called Hold the Line. And that's kind of also where we are as private sector. It's kind of holding the line that trade matters, that we must continue to have free trade, that we must continue to focus on this, that it's in the long-term interest of the United States to have a prosperous and successful Africa. I think we have to think about that context and re-educate a lot of those who represent us to understand why it's so critical for the private sector that we have the right terms of trade policies in place. Again, I look at it as an opportunity in terms of people looking for supply chains, but also concerns in terms of enforcement and how that may create also concerns of if you're using, the last thing I will say is, if you're using materials from China and what you produce in Africa, there are some people who are saying, well, then you're using Chinese inputs and we can't have you bring in your products. Well, that's a problem because Africa still needs time to develop their own manufacturing in key sectors. So there is also an environment of opportunities, but also an environment of needing to push forward with the importance of this program, the way it was set up, and a long-term renewal of this program.
David, that's great. Let me ask you one follow-up question. There's a school of thought that says, look, let's just get AGOA renewed, another 16 years, we can do all the adjustments to it later, let's get it through. There's another school of thought that says, hold on a second, we should put tax incentives in there. We should do other things to really broaden this out and make it more impactful. What's your thought on that?
The private sector companies that I talk to are primarily interested in long-term renewal and invest and knowing what the framework is going to be for that, and they need it now because they cannot invest right now in long-term renewal if the program expires a year from now. And unfortunately, the record by our lawmakers at this point is not very good on trade, right? We have a program like Generalized System of Preference that's been expired for 3.5 years. And I'm sure that people say, well, AGOA is different. I don't know how different it is when there's no time for trade in the congressional agenda, when there are other tax issues that need to be resolved, and when there are, of course, the politics that get in the way. So on the private sector that I represent is more interest in certainty than it is in changes. But that said, we welcome and hope for ways to increase, there's certainly investment necessary in telecommunications, in IT, in finance, that are important sectors that support the overall trade of goods. But we worry that all the conversations of making AGOA perfect, becomes a classic, not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. AGOA is good. It hasn't grown perhaps the way that we want it to grow because China has always been there and it has attracted a lot of investment. But we have a lot of companies now that are saying, I don't know if I want to be there anymore. So it becomes attractive once again. If you look at, last thing I'll say, if you look at the AGOA trade statistics, when the program first started, the first 5 years, you see goes way up, lots of imports from Africa, and then China becomes a member of WTO, certain things start making China more attractive, and trade with Africa drops. So what I'm hoping to see is, once again, as China trade with the U.S. kind of slows down a bit because of the incentives Congress is creating for the private sector to look elsewhere, we're going to see again that sharp rise. And sometimes, again, we tinker a little bit too much, and it becomes political, then it becomes issues that are difficult to pass, and then September comes of next year, and we're not ready for an AGOA renewal.
Great, thank you. I see we do have our two other panelists. Let me welcome you, David Kofi, who's CEO of the African Association of Auto Manufacturers and in Port Elizabeth, and also Melissa Nelson, who's General Counsel, Corporate Secretary of Sanmar Corporation. David Kofi, let me go to you since you're farthest away. You sit at one of the nexus of one of the most successful sectors of utilization of AGOA, and that's automobiles from South Africa. Very interested in your thoughts on your recommendations for the future of U.S. Africa trade and investment, and specifically what the U.S. can pursue beyond AGOA to build a more robust and trade partnership in Africa, particularly in the automotive sector.
Whitney, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to Florie and Laird for inviting Auto Africa to participate. So I represent the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers. So we're a Pan-African private sector association with a mission to industrialize the sector in Africa. So I'll respond from an African perspective. And we work with African governments to develop and refine and implement automotive policies and ecosystems that will attract investment. So we have a development plan for the industry in Africa. And I briefly want to share that with you because we invite US to participate actively in this development plan. So we're on a mission. And we developed a continental automotive strategy in collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, the African Union, Afreximbank. You've heard Afreximbank mentioned a few times, the Standards Organization, UNECA. And this strategy was approved by the Council of Ministers, the AFCFTA Council of Ministers in Botswana in February last year. So it's a living document, and the architecture of this is clear. It's driving production and trade across the continent. Not every country will assemble vehicles. Someone from the representative of Pfizer spoke about that earlier, was to say, what is a country going to focus on? How do we get scale? Certain countries will be assembly hubs, others will process minerals, others will manufacture components, and how do we create this industry of scale across Africa? And that is what we're about. Never before have we had so many countries in Africa either implementing auto policies or actually developing them for approval. And we believe that the current demand and production of around 1.2 million new vehicles in Africa can increase to at least 3.3 or possibly 5 million in the next 15 years. So it's a development plan. And obviously it will align with AGOA and with the US support. We can make this happen. So what's very important in this plan is that we bring in the new automotive economy. And there's a lot of work being done there. Afrexim Bank is putting up $1 billion to develop the value chain. There's value chain research being conducted across the continent. And we focus on creating linkages and partnerships in these new economies and bringing in companies who actually are in the value chain. But this will not happen by chance. It requires the deliberate leadership in the private sector and the public sector. And the role of the private sector associations across Africa is absolutely key to making this work. And we support strong, unified private sector associations, and they are forming across Africa. So what's very important for us is we see the continent as one, and it's important that AGOA is extended to include North Africa. The AFCFTA, when I say 5 million vehicles, it includes the whole continent. So we're on a journey. And beyond AGOA, we would like to collaborate on specific projects with American companies. And we would like representation, and this is what we propose, is representation in Africa. We would like expert auto resources to work with us, to collaborate with the partners I mentioned, and the private sector associations. Let's identify specific value chain projects. And actually run with those projects. Let's drive demand in Africa for automotive. And we can do this, for example, by talking about standards. Let's not export clunkers out of the US into Africa. Let's have vehicles that come into Africa that are used, that meet minimum standards for emissions and safety. That's important. Otherwise, it limits the industrialization opportunity. Let's work together in implementing effective vehicle asset financing ecosystems. That creates demand. The more demand we create on the way to achieving the targets of 5 million, the more industrialization opportunity there is for companies in Africa and for the US. Let's recognize the US vehicle standards in Africa, which many countries don't do at the moment. Let's work together on mineral beneficiation projects. A lot has been spoken about that. Let's identify specific projects that are of interest to the US and interest to Africa. So we are promoting a results-based approach going forward. We think there's big opportunity in collaboration between Africa and the US that will bring about industrialization and investment and trade opportunities. We can't trade if there isn't an industry. Let's create an industry and trade. And AGOA can certainly benefit Africa and America on that. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, David. Just one follow-up. I think many of us are very familiar with the very robust auto industry in South Africa. But in a minute, can you just talk about the regional input into South Africa's auto manufacturing capability? Because I don't think it's well understood, and would be very interested just to hear about that relationship.
Yeah. So to give you specific examples, I'm fully aware that Lesotho is involved with leather seat cover. They are very good from a sewing perspective, and you're getting an American company actually making that in Lesotho coming through. You're getting wire harnesses made in Botswana that are coming into into the South African automotive program. I believe more can be done, and that work is being carried out right now. So it's critical to follow this principle across Africa, whether it's in the EAC or in ECOWAS or North Africa, to bring the region closer. Because we've also got to promote strong rules of origin if we want to industrialize. And we're only going to get that consensus if we bring inclusivity into it.
Great, thank you very much. Melissa, you're second farthest away, so I'm going to go to you now. You're in Seattle, and just would love to hear your perspective on AGOA. Your company, Sanmar Corporation, is 50 years old, and that's older than AGOA. So clearly, you were producing apparel before AGOA, but AGOA happened. You changed your attention. Just tell us about that and what your experience has been, and what you suggest for making AGOA stronger.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me. You're absolutely right. We were sourcing from other countries. In fact, in 2010, which is the first year that we started using AGOA, at that point, 46% of our imports, apparel imports, were coming from China. Right now, that number is 6%, and it's in large part due to programs like AGOA. We brought in 58 million apparel pieces from 6 AGOA countries last year. And we're looking right now at the expiration. I do worry that what I've heard today is a lack of urgency. So for a company like Sanmar, where the development of an apparel piece for even an established factory that we know how to work with is a year and a half. And you're looking at this expiration in September 2025. And no matter how many people tell our company, don't worry about it, it's going to be renewed, we have the example of GSP, so we do not have confidence that it's going to be renewed. And the conversations that are happening in Seattle, Washington with the business folks are, what orders are we going to place? Do we think this is going to be renewed? What is going to happen to the rules of origin? So, from a recommendations perspective, we need an urgent renewal now, ideally for a long period of time, and to maintain the rules of origin. The products that we pull in order to make our apparel, the third-party items, third-party fabric coming from third-party countries, are not made right now in AGOA countries. And in order to have the investment to do vertical integration, you need time. There's so much opportunity right now, and so much opportunity for investment. But investment in these textile facilities can cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's simply not going to happen until it gets renewed.
Thanks for that. I think everybody in the room shares your sense of urgency. And if you were here right now, we could all march up to Capitol Hill. But since we're a little bit more sedentary, we'll just take that on board. But I just want to focus on the opportunity here. Let's say in a perfect world, AGOA is passed, renewed next month. Tell us about the next 2 to 3 to 5 years as you see it from the Sanmar perspective of what you would like to do in Africa with a renewed AGOA.
Absolutely. So our sourcing folks are in these countries all the time, and not just the countries where we are currently doing business, but in Togo, in Benin, and looking at opportunities. And they come back to Seattle and they're telling our leadership team, we see these great opportunities to invest in textile plants, to work with partners, to, the way Sanmar often works is we give purchase commitments to other companies that might do the textile investments. We cannot make those commitments right now, but we're actively talking to folks. There are conversations happening all the time. You will see a big shift and a big investment as soon as it's renewed, if it's renewed in a similar, long-term, and with the current rules of origin, so that we can keep using, what we currently have while these facilities are being built, which takes a few years.
Great. Well, it's great to hear that you're all in on the opportunity of Africa and AGOA. Thanks for that. Chris, let me switch to you. And let's talk about the digital space. You've got a lot of experience working on those issues. And obviously digital commerce is just so important globally, but particularly in Africa as well. What are you seeing in terms of integrated markets digitally in Africa? And how can this really become part of the AGOA conversation, which it really hasn't been to date?
Sure, thank you, and thanks for all of the organizations that are hosting this and the opportunity to speak briefly. Often I speak in healthcare conferences, and it's not usually about trade. It seems to be more about a whole series of other things, so it's nice to actually talk to trade people about healthcare. I've spent most of my career in the healthcare industry. Much of that was focused on the U.S. markets for many, many years, and then even later, international markets, but from a U.S. perspective. So it's been a real honor for me in the last 5 years to run an organization called the Broadreach Group, which is actually headquartered and housed on the African continent, headquartered in South Africa. So what I've been able to see really sort of with a foot in both worlds of both understanding U.S. trade and interest from a business standpoint, but what African nations and African businesses need and want in terms of trade and from a healthcare perspective. I also have a lens that I can look at as an individual angel investor. I'm invested in an organization in a pharmacy business in Nigeria. So sort of firsthand what some of the barriers are, which I'll speak to in a minute. Turning to digital, so the digital economy. If we looked at AGOA and one of the things that it really needs to help foster in its next round is helping to bring about the digital economy across Africa. You will have heard earlier about the digital protocol that was just passed under the auspices of the AFCFTA. That's an important piece that Africa is dealing with to try to eliminate the barriers to digital trade. We see that firsthand in the organization that I run, where, for example, the data in Zambia, there's lots of issues whether you can move that data to the cloud or whether it's safer to have that data sitting on a server in the Minister of Health's office, which I can assure you it's not safer. So there's lots of opportunities where American business can get involved in that and help foster that sort of moving to the cloud, transforming the African continent in terms of digitization. There's tremendous entrepreneurship, as many of you already know, across the African continent, not only in major hubs like Lagos or Nairobi or Cape Town, where I'm based part of my time, but in many other places, in pockets like in Zambia and Rwanda and places like that. So helping to foster that entrepreneurial spirit, and that brings me to the second piece of what I wanted to suggest is there's a gap in funding these entrepreneurs. There's lots of opportunities for seed capital, lots of things that USAID and others do to foster $100,000, $200,000 startup investments. And then there's the big organizations that come in and provide funding in the millions, largely for infrastructure kinds of approaches. What's missing is the gap in the middle. And other than in fintech, there's a huge gap in funding from the sort of 100K needs up to the 10 million. And we see that firsthand in the investment that I've made in this pharmacy marketplace business in Nigeria. There's not enough of that sort of $1, $2 million, $5 million Series A, Series B investment capability on the continent. And so when you take an African business like this Nigerian business that I mentioned, try to come to the U.S. and talk to U.S. investors and talk about investing in Africa, to be honest, there's still a lot of blank stares, a lot of, what do you mean? Why would I take my money from the U.S. and invest it in Africa? What are the FX issues? These kinds of things. So there's a lot of things that I would think, and I'm not a trade expert, but I would think that we could help build into this next round of AGOA around filling that donut hole of financing and around supporting the digital economy writ large, because China is there, and I know this firsthand, living on the continent most of the year. China's there whether we are or not, and they're bringing their tech in, they're capturing the data. And so if America wants to be on the playing field with China from a trade perspective, we have to be in Africa fostering these sorts of digital capabilities across the continent.
Great. And just to follow up, just a quick question about digital health and what you see as the opportunity there and working with U.S. companies, again, in the context of AGOA. Do you think recommendations should be made to AGOA to promote that kind of commercial activity?
Yeah, that's a great question. The organization that I run, Broadreach, has a digital health offering actually that we implement throughout the continent, and we're bringing that into the U.S. market. So that's sort of a reverse trade opportunity. Microsoft is a major partner of ours, and so Microsoft, I think would understand the importance of building this kind of capability in digital health and other sectors. But the African continent, as I think my colleague Kate Talenko mentioned earlier, is woefully short on healthcare resources, human resources to put into the field. Technology can help overcome that and help empower health workforce to be able to deliver healthcare faster, more efficiently. And so digital health is a major component of that. And certainly American business like Microsoft and Google and others can foster that sort of investment.
Great. Thanks so much. Drew, that's probably a good segue to you, being one of the lions in the digital health space. Would be very interested to hear your perspective on what GE Health is doing on the continent and how it relates to AGOA.
Sure. So, GE Healthcare is now an independent company, not part of big GE, which has broken up into 3 companies. We are represented across Africa. It's a important set of markets for us. It's not our most profitable, and I just think that's an important sort of context that one needs to set, is that this if you're going to get companies like GE Healthcare more engaged in the continent, we have to find some way to ensure that it's actually going to meet the rate of return that we expect from all of our investments. Our CEO is also the chairman of AdvaMed, the Medical Device Association, this year, or a couple of years. So, speaking not just from a GE perspective as the world's largest maker of medical imaging equipment, but also AdvaMed generally, and those include makers of implantable devices like stents or pacemakers, and also consumable items like needles and syringes or gloves or masks. So it's a big industry. And, I think it's one that hasn't been as engaged in the AGOA process as it could have been. And so one of my thoughts in preparing to come join today was to think, okay, what could be done to change that? Frankly, AdvaMed, the association, has not had a position on AGOA up until this point. And that's one of the things that I think we're in the process of changing as we actually make people realize that, these businesses all have an active presence in Africa, but it was the nature of this tariff preference program, essentially, that it didn't really seem to have much in it for companies like ours. Now, I will say we absolutely support the extension of AGOA. There's a lively debate about whether it should be in its current state or amended or with add-ons. As someone who has many scars from trade policy debates up on Capitol Hill, my own sense is it's better to do other things in parallel than to potentially disrupt a process that looks like it might get to the desired end goal. But that doesn't mean that if you're going to attract more healthcare companies to engage in Africa, we don't need to do more, because I think it's not going to happen organically. It's not going to happen, by chance. There are a lot of very specific issues to the healthcare market with regard to things like product approvals, which is there's some useful work going on regulatory convergence, but frankly, the product approval process is still very murky and non-transparent, and it means that a company like ours, and I'm not just speaking for us, but others as well, that offer, a suite of products all around the world, are unable to bring a lot of them to market in Africa simply because the market is not viewed as being able to support the real investment necessary to get the approvals. And so I think that would be something that would help get companies more focused on the opportunities in Africa. I think it's important also to be realistic about where the kind of engagement and investment that African countries would like to see would be most likely to happen. I think clearly, if you look at the consumables market, that is probably the kind of area that builds most readily on some of the existing sectors that have flourished under AGOA, making bandages, masks, gloves. I think there's also a huge opportunity for parts. Machines like ours, our MRIs, have over 1,500 parts in them. Realistically, we don't have an MRI plant in every country around the world where we sell them. It's just not feasible. But what we do is we do have a global supply chain, and to the point that others have made, we are definitely looking to de-risk and diversify our suppliers now in the current environment. I think every US-based manufacturer is. So I think there would be opportunities there to have a focused discussion on how African countries, including the critical minerals area as well, can be a more active participant in supply chains for healthcare manufacturers. I would also say one key issue for us that is not addressed in AGOA, is not addressed in the AFC-FTA, is government procurement. If you're in the healthcare industry, the government is your key customer. However, because that is not technically covered by WTO rules, because it is often excluded from free trade agreements like the AFC-FTA, it's kind of the Wild West. And so if you're going to get companies to engage on the expectation of a predictable return, I think that's something that it would be useful to find some way.
However, not technically covered by WTO rules, because it is often excluded from.
I think AI is taking over.
So, there are multilateral fora for those, and I'm not sure if we're at that point, but there's a lot that countries can do to commit to codes of conduct, to fair treatment, to transparency, to forms of redress that would give, large companies that are considering major investments in the country a guarantee that they will continue to have access to the market and the rules won't change midstream. And so, I would just say, I think this is the AGOA extension process is a good opportunity for companies in the healthcare space to be thinking more actively about what steps are needed to jumpstart that process of engagement in Africa beyond what it is now. But we hope that we can have a sort of meaningful, substantive discussion about specific issues related to the healthcare sector.
Yeah, great. You've given us a lot to reflect on. Let me drill down on one of your points. You raised many, but and that is the regulatory obstacles. What do you think is the way to address this? Is this a capacity building issue? Does it need investment? Does it need partnership? Is it sort of a political issue, people wanting to get a piece of the action? What's the biggest constraint to easing the regulatory process?
I mean, you've touched on a little bit of all of it. I think clearly there are resource constraints in some of the countries. Clearly, capacity building would be useful, but I also, our experience is there are single points of failure where there are, shall we say, inexplicable bottlenecks, and that's where having a stronger code of government procurement and government regulatory practices would be helpful, because it enables you to sort of discipline these irregularities, and that, for all of what it's done, AGOA does not provide that, and so I think doing something like that in tandem with AGOA would help us realize its benefits.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I want to open up to a question or two, so please get ready. But David Coffey, let me come back to you. I'm interested in your 15-year vision, 5 million vehicles, because I think that's exactly the kind of ambitious vision that we should be having. How many countries on the continent would you see participating in the manufacture of automobiles to make those goals realized?
Yeah, so if you just look at the assembly of vehicles, and it's not an exact science, but I would guess that there would be probably up to 10 countries assembling vehicles, And it's interesting what's evolving now, and I'll give you an example of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. Ghana is actually assembling light vehicles, and Cote d'Ivoire is implementing a policy by October that will assemble commercial vehicles. So you're getting specialization taking place as neighbors, and that's going to allow a bilateral ahead of the AFCFTA phase down. So, yeah, I would probably say 10 and then many other countries involved in the value chain from minerals through to component making, depending on their comparative advantage.
And was that specialization, I mean, were those two countries, the officials working together saying, we'll do commercial, you do, the vehicle, and were you guys involved in those conversations?
Yes, we promoted that. So we developed the policy, we supported the government in the policy development in Ghana and focused on light. And then we did research and proposed a way forward in Cote d'Ivoire, and it was actually for commercial. Now, you can't tell a country what to do, but what they agreed with is actually to collaborate with their neighbor. In both countries, they will. When Cote d'Ivoire implements their policy, there will be collaboration.
That's great. And Melissa, I'm interested, with the products that you want to bring in, how many distribution points in the U.S., how many companies will these products go to? And I ask you this because I'm always, when I go to a store to buy a shirt, the first thing I look at is not so much the price tag, but like, where's it made? And, I know we're doing something right when I see shirts that say made in Lesotho or made in Madagascar right next to shirts that say made in Mexico and made in Canada. So I'm just curious what your reach is into the U.S. with products from Africa.
It's a great question, and we use our apparel. It's basically a blank product. We sell to 80,000 companies within the U.S. that then embellish our product. So they are adding screen printing or embroidery or digipress and putting a patch on it, and then selling to their customers. We're talking about supporting hundreds of thousands of U.S. jobs. So, yes, you have over the 9,000 jobs that are kind of the direct employees that are working, that are actually producing the garments. And then you have the 5,500 Sanmar employees. And then you have all of the employees of our 80,000 company customers. And then you have their end users. So the reach is staggering.
Those are staggering numbers. Of that 80,000 companies that you're engaged with, what percent of what you're passing on to them or selling to them comes from AGOA countries in Africa?
That's a good question. I'm just blanking on the number, but it's a decent portion. It's not half. It could be a quarter, maybe a little bit less. We pride ourselves, and especially after COVID, from sourcing from a variety of countries. We're in 20 different countries right now, but AGOA is very, very important to our strategy.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a real growth point as well. Let me just see, is there a question? Yes, sir. Please stand up.
Hi, my name is JP Forsgaard.
Here comes the mic. Introduce yourself, your affiliation.
I'll do it short. My wife is here, so I have to do it short. She wants me to finish the question before I started it. But anyway, I'm the chairman of Industry 5. We are dealing with Africa in many respects. And I would like to talk to Melissa. It's a very touching story, and I feel for what you are doing. I'm, besides being chairman of Industry 5, I'm an attorney, so I read the law text, which is annoying, I know that, and boring. But I have a question to the panel, and by the way, to Florie. Thank you for inviting us. This is to Section 3 in the Improvement Act. And what is related to, any attorneys? You are talking, Melissa, about we need an extension, otherwise you cannot place the orders that is so needed. But there's another non-extension that goes the backwards way. The countries that suddenly are not a member of AGOA for certain reasons. And my question to you, Melissa, is because I've been traveling Ethiopia, and I have seen the textile industry totally dying because of Ethiopia stopped being part of the AGOA arrangement. And I don't know whether it was your customers or your suppliers. And then to the panel, very fast, can I come up with a question? Suggestion to Section 3, where very kindly the two senators has introduced that if a country is not behaving, they will get a warning letter, and they are throwing out of the class if they don't improve within the next season. All right. Anybody that has been working in Africa knows that nothing can be done in 1 year. So giving a notice of 1 year is meaningless. It should be 3 years. And I really think somebody should go to the two senators and explain to them this is meaningless. And Melissa, you might even go so far if you agree with me. Thank you very much.
So the short answer is yes, and I have said that up on the Hill. We did not leave Ethiopia. We've been splitting the kind of the difference with our supplier there, and we have raised prices a little bit for our customers. We've held on in Ethiopia, waiting, but if you look at the other countries where we are in Africa, and since Ethiopia was pulled from the program, everywhere else it's shot up. Our orders have shot up, our numbers have shot up, and while we've stayed in Ethiopia, it's a giant loss of opportunity for that region.
Yeah, I would just second that. I mean, I think there are many of us who feel that it's time to have a trade policy and it's time to have a governance policy. And to try to do both within one policy defeats both ends. That's a conversation that's active, but it goes to the point that I think we're talking about with Dave, about whether we get it renewed now or try to sort this out. So over to you, Dave.
And just a quick comment, that is one of the things that I've seen circulate as far as ideas on renewal, part of what Sarah Kunz put out as well, is to give Congress a little bit more input into these decisions of who gets kicked out and who gets to remain into the program. I think there's a little bit of frustration by several members of Congress who feel like maybe that trigger is being applied too quickly in some instances, and there's not enough opportunities for the countries to fix or show the way they're moving forward. And the other thing that is another idea that we're trying to float out there is to give countries an incentive to come back. So if you're in the case of Ethiopia, you've been out for now a couple of years, that companies like Sanmar who chose to remain in it to try to get through the political part but keep women and people employed, that those duties could be recouped at least to a portion. Like if Ethiopia comes back, that at least a year back of tariffs could be given to those companies that remain. Because like to your point, it takes a while to fix things. And once you're out of it, it takes, you got kicked out for two things, but now you have the threshold to come back is so much higher. So there's got to be an incentive for companies to remain, and that may be to give back some of that, what you had to pay. Maybe not all of it, but at least a big portion. That's something we're trying to get in as well.
Great, thanks so much. Well, we have about 2 minutes left. Chris and Drew, let me ask you for final comments.
Sure, I would just make one more quick comment just to pick up on the regulatory harmonization. Firsthand working on some of that. That's a many year effort, but I think there has been good progress made already. And I would say from my experience, there's not so much African nations and their regulatory authorities intentionally trying to create those bottlenecks. I think the reality is there are systemic structural things that just are not in place. I've seen regulatory authorities that are literally still tracking on a piece of paper, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of work that American companies and others can do to help foster that harmonization.
And I guess I would just say on the health piece of it, I think after the pandemic, a lot of countries are scrambling to do things to increase their healthcare resiliency. And so I think it's really would be valuable for the U.S. and Africa to be engaging so we can head off like things that are counterproductive and drive up the cost of healthcare, but actually sort of fix things at the start.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I've got 3 takeaways. And the first one is renew AGOA now. The second one is renew AGOA now. The third one is renew AGOA now. So join me in a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Well, we are, if I could get those who are here to come back in and sit down, because we want to wrap up what has been some incredible discussions throughout this year's AGOA Private Sector Forum by having 2 people who come from very different perspectives to share their thoughts on where we are in terms of AGOA, the U.S. Africa trade and investment relationship. And we're really pleased to have British Robinson, who is the coordinator for the United States government's Prosper Africa initiative. Prosper Africa, as you know, is coordinating amongst 17 different U.S. government agencies that are involved in U.S. Africa trade and investment in one way or another. So great to have British here to share her thoughts and what they're doing from the Prosper Africa perspective and a government perspective. And then we have Jos Betty, who I met, I don't know, 25 years ago or something, who is he wears several hats. He is a business person who owns and runs companies that are taking advantage of AGOA. He's in Kenya, Uganda, where else? Sorry. Kenya and Uganda. I'm trying to expand him somewhere else, but Kenya and Uganda. But he also has been working very closely with the government of Kenya in terms of their export promotion strategy.
So two different perspectives here. British, let's start with you and your thoughts, any major takeaways from today's discussion, as well as giving us some insight into Prosper Africa.
Thanks, Florie, and good afternoon to all. And again, as we said this morning, all protocols observed. It's an honor. I know that it's been kind of a long morning already, so hopefully we'll get through this pretty quickly. So lots of takeaways, Florie, but maybe I'll take a little bit of a step back and tie it to some of the comments that we heard earlier this morning. As Florie said, Prosper Africa really is a presidential national security initiative to catalyze at scale two-way trade and investment. So one of the key takeaways was the two-way piece. We are now heavily engaged in a two-way relationship. We heard earlier this morning that AGOA, when it was originally envisioned, it really was one way. And Prosper Africa is really was developed and created to be a solution that we go more than one way, that it's two-way, coordinating 17 agencies, utilizing their tools and instruments and resources to not only increase access to the markets, to do way more than to increase access to the market, but to fully support, again, another comment we heard today, the process, the protocols, alleviate the technical barriers, and really help enable the environment for better and more increased trade. You heard Secretary Blinken mention the big U.S. Africa trade desk, which is a product, a venture of Prosper Africa. We are thrilled to have launched it in March with our trade team, set up to specifically de-risk sourcing from Africa at scale. We're currently looking at food products, but hopefully to expand various sectors. It's an innovative, demand-driven approach that's now connecting small and medium-sized enterprises, entrepreneurs, women owners, suppliers, African suppliers, directly with thousands of U.S. retailers. Some of those retailer outlets include Costco, Walmart, Target, Albertsons, Kroger, Dollar General, etc. So this is a new way of doing business for the U.S. government, not just looking at AGOA as that access point, but the facilitation and closing the ecosystem is the way I like to say it. And to close the ecosystem, we use better data to match it with U.S. consumer demands, which is something we heard earlier. Is this what the market really wants? So we are market-driven, private sector-driven, to grow the market share, to ensure that we're diversifying the global supply chains, and then aggregating those supports, again, as previously mentioned. The trade desk is critical because you have to really look at aggregation, which we've heard about, whether it's shea butter, avocados, table grapes, citrus from South Africa. You have to do the aggregation. But again, I'll go back to what I said before. You have to enable the environment. How are we enabling the supply, not just providing the access? To enable the supply, to just use one example, table grapes, which we announced, it's a $56 million deal that's about 2 weeks old. It's our very first deal. It's a major transaction. There'll be 700 containers of South African table grapes that the first time ever will reach the shores of the United States through one of the largest retailers. This is significant because it provides pricing stability for a key commodity in the U.S. market during off-season. So our large retailers cannot access at a decent price table grapes during the off-season. So we've now filled a gap for the need of U.S. large retailers, and we've enabled the market access. So that's the two-way piece. That is a concrete example of what we're talking about and how we can help not only talk about AGOA and the changes and make it successful, but to actually make it real. The additional support systems include logistics, trucking, rail, warehousing, customs, shipping, legal, labeling, dealing with all of the things we heard about that are requirements to get your product to market and actually received. So this model is a win for traceability. It gives the U.S. retailer full visibility in tracking the products, and it's something we hope that we, on behalf of the U.S. government, with some of our colleagues in U.S. government, will actually replicate amongst more sectors. So again, I underscore, if you take nothing else away, this one example means trade facilitation. not just access, trade facilitation. And that's one of the biggest takeaways that we heard this morning. I'll stop there. Thanks, Florie.
Thank you. Thank you. That's exciting, to actually talk about not just the access, but the ability and the opportunity of AGOA, but the actual trade that can come from AGOA. And so we commend Prosper Africa and the Trade Desk Initiative as taking those first steps. We're excited to hear where it's going to go next. Joss, from your experience of many years and all the AGOA forums you've been to, share with us, all of us, your thoughts.
Thank you, Florie, and good afternoon to you all. I think the market has really moved on over the last 24 years, and you can see that. Initially, AGOA was all about cotton, and how can we add value to African cotton? How can we have a vertical supply chain? How can we create jobs in the entire ecosystem, like how British said, and how can we join the dots? And at that time, and even today, Africa exports about 70% of its cotton, raw cotton, to Bangladesh, Vietnam, Cambodia, Asia, and consumes very little. And what we've seen over this period of 24 years is the market shifts and market dynamics have totally changed, moved away, and like what Paul said this morning, the global consumption of synthetic fibers, largely polyester, today is 55 million tons, and cotton is 27 million tons. So it just tells you a story that there is a massive shift in how the customer looks at product. And if you look at that, you're looking at also what is a competitive and comparative advantage cotton vis-a-vis polyester. And especially for the US, the duty on cotton garments is 16-17%, on polyester garments is 32%. So for every $3, your buyer gets $1 back in duty on synthetic garments, and on every $1, your buyer gets 16-17 cents back on a cotton garment. So the competitive and comparative advantage is what people are looking at today, because Africa might not be very competitive when it comes to production and cost of production or unit cost of production. I mean, I think Africa's extra cost of doing business vis-a-vis Bangladesh or Vietnam or the Asian countries might be 10 to 15%, and that gets eroded straight away on a lower tariff into the US business. So people have started focusing away from the lower tariff to the US, to synthetics where the tariff is higher, and still remain relevant and competitive. And we can see that in Kenya. We're the largest exporters for apparel to the US. We are the only country who lost 10.7% market share last year, as opposed to 21%, which Paul talked about this morning. And 70% of that product has become synthetic. And 20 years ago, 70% of that product was cotton. So it just tells you the demographics are changing, the market is changing, the consumption patterns are changing, and we can now see a lot more functionality in the technological advancement of polyester fiber. And give you a simple example, running apparel 25 years ago was all cotton. Today, running apparel is all synthetics by Nike and Adidas, and they have created functionality in stretch and absorption, which was not there. There's only one issue that they're still working on technologically. How can they remove odor, perspiration odor out of polyester? And that's a tall ask. So there is this whole massive shift going on in the world of consumption, and as we continue growing the market, I don't see the cotton pie growing. I only see the cotton pie shrinking, or rather the cotton pie staying stagnant at 27 million tons and everything else going up. That means your share of cotton will become very limited, will become very luxurious. And like Paul said, Africa doesn't, what is polyester? It comes from a petrochemical industry. We really don't have that. It's not even a textile industry. It's a byproduct of petroleum chemical industry, and that is massive investment. It runs into billions of dollars and not into hundreds of millions of dollars. So there's a big shift going on, and I think it's important that we do realize that shift, and whatever we decide henceforth must look at the demand that today's market is looking for and tomorrow's market will look at. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Joss. Before I go back to British with maybe a tough question, I wondered if you would also share a little bit, Joss, about that drop that Kenya experienced in your exports last year, because I think people need to understand that even the most successful AGOA-eligible country in terms of apparel exports experienced a decline in your exports last year as companies and buyers anticipated or maybe had concerns about AGOA's extension. So I guess, what would you share with people about that and about the urgent need to extend AGOA?
Well, there's no doubt that we've got literally 14 months, just over 14 months today to the expiry of the AGOA trade preference program. We've got uncertainty in the air, uncertainty about market access, uncertainty about buyers placing business, uncertainty about the U.S. elections and what comes out. And the last time this happened, 8 years ago, I think, we all know the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, TPP, was right up there. And overnight, it was right down here. And there is that big uncertainty who comes to the White House and how will that be treated? Will it continue to have bipartisan support, which I'm very sure AGOA will, but there's buyer nervousness out there. We had strong demand post-COVID, all of us, the entire world. 2022 exports out of Kenya, $570 million. Last year, $470 million. And this year, the numbers are stagnant. We're not seeing a big drop, but the buyers are really not placing business and the investors are not expanding capacity. So that wait-and-see approach. And I don't think we can wait because this business is placed like 8, 10, 12 months in advance. So it is crucial that this is done, and if it's done sooner, better than later, I think it will keep the jobs on the continent.
Thank you, Joss. And I'm going to turn back to British. On this point of extending AGOA as soon as possible, even if it stays like it is, versus the idea that many of us believe that how can we make AGOA better? But this tension between the need and the urgency to extend it versus the opportunity to enhance it. And so, British, I wanted to ask you, based on your experience now leading Prosper Africa now for, what is it, almost a year? Just 1 year. She has done incredibly well in terms of leadership. All that you've done, I was like, wow, in 1 year. But like from the point of view of the trade desk and identifying specific producers in Africa and AGOA-eligible countries and shipping it here, if you had to share with us anything that could be in an enhanced AGOA, of course, we're hoping that it will get passed quickly, but maybe there'll be some room to put some enhancements in. Are you seeing anything from your experience that would be helpful for people to consider in AGOA, or should we just continue with the things as they are and get the kind of support from Prosper Africa that buyers as well as sellers are getting now? That's my tough question.
Yes, and it was tough. So, I have to, in my U.S. government capacity, I have to defer to the United States Congress. It's their privilege to renew or not renew AGOA. And obviously, our representative, Ambassador Tai, speaks on behalf of the U.S. government when we're talking about that. Let me answer your question in a different way. So we talked about trade facilitation, absolutely critical. That's part of the ecosystem that we're trying to build through our trade work, our trade portfolio, our two-way trade and investment work at Prosper Africa. Part and parcel of that for us is to look at all the various sort of opportunities related to, that's why we're looking at the facilitation piece, the ecosystem piece, even the financing piece. So again, when we look at AGOA 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, again, a lot of that is just about access. We're talking about true facilitation, so the entire continuum. The other end of that, which I didn't hear today at all, is the financing end. So we're looking for financiers, investors, to see, someone mentioned it slightly early this morning, but trade and investment go together. So we are about two-way trade and investment at scale. These are inextricably linked. I think currently we look at AGOA as just this purist kind of viewpoint, but we would widen that aperture. Because from experience, what we found is we can talk to all the African suppliers until the cows come home, regardless of the sector. But if they don't have financing, they don't have letters of credit on the other end, it doesn't matter. So access becomes mute if you don't close the ecosystem circle. So that's number one. The second thing I would add to that is when I think about other sectors that are absolutely critical, we have a person on our team that is an expert in ICT. I think we heard very clearly from members of the PAC-DBIA that work with Commerce, our colleagues at Commerce, which is part of one of the 17 agencies that we coordinate and collaborate with, Visa, Google, Boeing, all of them. Catalysts for growth on the continent. And in addition to goods, it's not only goods, but we have to be about the technology, the digital transformation, the fintech, AI. That is a significant part that we could have never envisioned 20 years ago, right? So it's practical and it's tactical. We are doubling down on investing in entrepreneurs. You were talking about Kenya. Incredible entrepreneurs, particularly in the fintech space. We have open RFP windows around tech and fintech and trying to grow the entrepreneurial space, small and medium-sized enterprises, women-owned businesses. But let's not mistake, you don't just increase the products, whatever they are, going to market without a good, robust fintech, digital transformation, financial payments, as Visa was talking about. These things are all connected. So at Prosper Africa, we are about connecting those things, and we think that, therefore, enables, strengthens AGOA, because it's just a tool. We're trying to make it active, make it real. And our work is to help with the actual utilization of it, and these things are connected. And so we're tying that investment piece, we're tying the infrastructure piece together. I heard some of that today, but I think it's really important to kind of underscore the connection as I not answer your question. Thank you.
That was a very good not answer, British. And important points that you raised about how we can open the aperture in terms of how we look at AGOA. Many people understand that for the Africans, in fact, services, someone talked about services contributes more to African GDP than goods trade. So, but when people say, let's add services to AGOA, I say, well, what does that mean? Because AGOA is about tariffs. Like, how do you add services to AGOA? But maybe that's something that people need to be thinking about. Same thing, digital. How do you add digital and ICT to AGOA? If it's not, an actual product, it's a service. So, maybe we need to put on our creative and innovative thinking caps to look at what needs to happen. People are also talking about, well, on the Hill, folks are looking at taking third country fabric, away under an extended AGOA. What can be done that would not give the benefits of AGOA to China? I was up on the Hill the other day, and someone said, "Well, we don't want the benefits of AGOA to go to China." And Paul was with that same group. He said, "But the Africans don't have any man-made fiber on the continent, so they'd have to get it from somewhere. And if you say it can't come from China, then where is it going to come from?" So maybe again we have to think creatively about what we can do. So maybe let me ask you to also talk about, I'm not sure how much more time we have, but to talk a little bit about what you see as the way forward over the next 3 to 6 months, like your vision for what could happen that would be really good from your perspective in terms of that. I know, British, you have a lot of things coming up with how your trade desk initiative is evolving. Maybe, you can share with us a little bit about where you see it going, how you're going to, where you're going to go next. I think you shared with me that it's focused in the agribusiness food sector right now, but maybe there's a way that this can be used as a model for other sectors. I don't know if you're ready to share that yet, but just kind of looking forward and being visionary. What do you think?
Sure. Let me add one other point that I heard from, again, I think it was a PAC-DB I made from Pfizer. I was at PEPFAR, I think you knew, for about 6 or 7 years, and the healthcare infrastructure is an interesting piece as it was raised in the context of AGOA earlier this morning. The regulatory harmonization and I think the mitigation of, or adding track and trace programs, there's some things there as well around health infrastructure. I would be remiss if I just didn't call that out because we did hear that earlier today. For us, I mean, again, AGOA is also about, and I think we heard this from our colleagues at Carnegie, but also helping to support and create African economies, plural, right? It's more than. That's the part that we sometimes miss or forget. And when we think about creating Africa's economies and being a part of its economic growth, we're looking at what are the fastest growing sectors as well. And a piece of that, we were talking about whether it's cotton or polyester or whatever the fabrics are, is the creative sector. And in particular, the fashion sector and industry. There's a real opportunity for us to look at that as potentially as part and parcel of this broader conversation. So that's something as one of the faster growing sectors for us to be conscious of and to think about. You hear about it a little bit, but not in the broader context of textiles, apparel, and we know that's a huge part of job creation and job creation for women, and it's exploding in a handful of countries right now. So that's something that we are looking at, and it is connected to potentially to AGOA and its platform, if you will.
That's a good one. And Joss, from the perspective of a Kenyan business person and someone in the apparel sector, when you look at the next maybe 3 to 6 months, what's your vision? What are you thinking can be done from Kenya's end in terms of taking advantage of AGOA, helping people to think clearly about what makes sense going forward and what may not make sense?
Thank you, Florie. I think on a Kenyan perspective, we've actually not slowed down promotion and not slowed down investment. And maybe we were a little bit fortunate in the last 2 to 3 years when Kenya was already negotiating an FTA with the U.S. that migrated into a STIP, a steep trade and investment partnership agreement. So the comfort with the buyers is a little bit stronger compared to the rest of Africa because we call it the insurance. We have an insurance if AGOA is not fully utilized, and that insurance would be there will be some sort of arrangement that will come in and that might become the model for the rest of Africa and if adopted right. So on a worst come worst scenario, we've not seen major decline in our exports, and that's why I said last year the average for Africa was 21.3%. Kenya's decline was only 10.3%, and I think that 10.3% was probably to do with too much inventory in the U.S. post-COVID, because the COVID inventory correction was also happening, and it's not only for Africa, it was happening for the entire world. So even the rest of the world, exports to the U.S. were down by 22%. So we have that, and even as we speak, we are seeing people who are willing to invest in Kenya and looking at the excellent Kenya-U.S. relationship. We are also seeing people are now looking at how can we exit China or how can we replace China in some way or the other. And also there is a possibility that a lot of European business which went to Bangladesh and Vietnam because they had duty-free market access to, and Bangladesh now graduated out of developing status but still duty-free for the next couple of years. But we're seeing that we have an EPA, an Economic Partnership Agreement, open-ended European market So worst come worst, like Ethiopian factories, the ones that are surviving, are also having largely with the European business. So we have a plan A and a plan B. Plan B is obviously US, where the tariff is high. It makes much more commercial sense and much more profit. But a plan B is okay, fine. We won't make that much money, but then the European market is also opening up. And if Bangladesh is put on duty by 2027, that's what I hear, that's going to be a 13% or 12% advantage for African companies, and especially countries that have already had that open-ended agreement. Like for Kenya, we have an open-ended agreement, and we don't have to talk 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. It's just there. It's duty-free. So slightly different dynamics. And of course, we are looking at the Continental Free Trade Agreement. Today, I think it's the first day where the TFTA also takes effect. 14 countries out of 28 have signed up and ratified. And I think it was 25th of July is when these 14 countries are going to start working, that SADC, COMESA, EAC. That itself is a huge opportunity that the three blocs have agreed they're going to have duty-free. They're going to have an FTA. So, and if you look at the phase down of the Continental Free Trade Agreement, I was actually very shocked. There's a whole tariff countdown up to 2031. You can actually choose a country that I'm living in Mali and I want to export to Botswana. What will be the tariff on tea? Or what will be the tariff on, production goods? So there's a phase down. It's already started. And for example, I'll give you an example for Kenya. Tea duty into South Africa is 400 cents a kilo. That means $4 specific duty, as opposed to ad valorem. And right now, that duty is already down to 240 cents, 2.4, as opposed to Sri Lankan tea or Indian tea. So already we are seeing intra-Africa trade looking
increasing. Wonderful. Well, that is a great note to end on. I thank both British Robinson, the White House coordinator of Prosper Africa, and Jas Betty on behalf of the Kenya Export Promotion Network there, as well as a longstanding apparel producer himself, for your insights. I really appreciate that. Thank you to all of you that are here. I don't know, should I just give my vote of thanks? I don't have my papers with me, but let me just say that this AGOA forum, as I said earlier, may be one of the most important ones. It is one that comes at a time when there are tremendous things happening on the continent, apart from their relationship with us. You're looking at AFCFTA implementation. There are things happening globally in terms of shifts in production and production patterns. As Jas was just talking about, folks looking to make their supply chains more resilient, and looking at Africa as the place where they need to manufacture and produce various items that have been produced in other regions of the world previously. And then also, obviously, from the U.S. side, many things that are now happening as we head to our national elections, and thinking about what the U.S. Congress will be like, how will it be, who will lead, because we know this is very critical also for AGOA renewal, AGOA enhancement. So again, thank you all for being here. Thank you to all of the panelists and speakers, those of you who are AGOA lovers like myself, enthusiasts, I should say, like myself. And on behalf of Corporate Council on Africa, we are closing our session today, but we invite you to stay in close touch with us over the next months as we look to find out what will happen on AGOA and its renewal, hopefully sooner rather than later. Thank you very much. And let me remind all of you, please do come to our reception this evening. I hope most of you have signed up for the AGOA Private Sector Forum reception that's happening back here this evening at 5:30. Thank you very much.